You're all set. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen and councilors, welcome to the October 1st, 2020 meeting of the Barnstable Town Council. In accordance with the Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to make your presence known. Thank you for that. And as always, we are being televised on Channel 18. Thank you. I would ask now, Madam Vice President, if, I'm sorry, roll call first. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilors: Bogan.
Yes.
Clark. Cullum.
Here.
Dagwan.
Deborah.
You're muted, Deborah.
Unmute.
Here.
Rep City.
Present.
Hebert.
Present.
Levesque.
Present.
Neary.
Present.
Schnepp.
Here.
Shaughnessy.
Here.
Starr. Starr.
You're muted, Gordon.
Steinhilber.
Here.
Looks like we have 10 saying yes, but 11 altogether.
Yes, yes. You have Councilor Starr.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Now, I'd ask Madam Vice President, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I would now ask Town Manager Mark Ells to say a few words as we go into a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mark Ells. During this moment of silence, I'd ask you all to keep Bob O'Brien Bob O'Brien and Bob O'Brien's family in your thoughts and prayers. Bob O'Brien passed on September 25th, 2020, and he was 93 years old. He and his wife, Susie, had been married for 61 years at the time of her passing in 2018. Bob lived a life of public service, starting with his career in the U.S. Coast Guard. Actually, he went in as an enlisted man, served in World War II, came back and went to college, then took a officer's track, retired in 1981, came to work for the town of Barnstable, working both in the Department of Public Works and then in the town manager's office. And he served the town of Barnstable from 1981 until 2018. Bob was I was privileged to know Bob and to call him my friend. For all of us who knew Bob, he put others before himself always in his service to our country, in his service to our community, and to his friends and his family. He was an admirable man. He was a gentleman, and he will be missed. Rest in peace, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those words. All right, so now we're going to open for public comment. I would ask Sarah if we have anyone lined up for public comment. Also, I would ask Lynn if you have any. Oh, I do, Madam Clerk, we do have Councilor Clark has arrived. Thank you.
Mr. President, we do have a couple of people on the phone. Is it okay if I put them through?
Oh, yes, please do. Thank you.
Okay, the first person is Steve Seymour from West Barnstable.
Thank you.
Mr. Seymour, please go.
Okay, yeah, I have been following this a bit, but I did not. I'm here for public comment, correct?
Yes, public comment.
Yep.
Steve, could you please turn down your television?
I got no butter, no notification, and there was no discussion. I question if this is, first of all, it is a legal process. And I do have significant concerns regarding the issues involved out here in West Barnstable with the plan to put in large wells for hyena. And we're all on private roads here, and we're concerned that if the public wells go in, that we need to be taken care of as part of that process. And there's also hunting around here, and we'd like to have on the land back of most of the houses here to have no hunting restriction, because there is some space there and people do hunt sometimes, and it's fairly close to people's houses. So we're looking for that. So that we'd like the town to then put in signs, that let hunters know that they can't hunt. And then we would also want signs at the back of our property where we abut you. And did they hear me at all?
Mr. Seymour. Hi, Mr. Seymour. It was not clear originally. The first comment was something about public wells going into West Barnstable. Is that your comment? Mr. Seymour, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, Mr. Seymour, I'm going to ask that you you contact town manager's office in regards to your two main comments here. One is your public wells and also about the hunting, and he can work with you on both those issues, okay? Is that good with you, town manager?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, sir, but I did have a hard time hearing you. So you're looking at me to call the town manager?
If you'd be so kind, because it's not coming through clear. I want to make sure that your concerns are addressed, okay?
Yes, I want them addressed also. Should I call during working day or tonight?
Yes, during the day would be preferred. Thank you. Is that good, Mr. Seymour?
Okay.
Yes? Okay? Okay.
I have
Sarah,
public, yep, I have public comment. It's Mr. Joel Roselle. Mr. Roselle, if you'd like to speak, now is your opportunity.
Thank you. My name is Joel Roselle. I live at 141 Plum Street in West Barnstable. My questions have to do with item number 2021018, the purchase of land by the Barnstable Land Trust off of Falcon Road. I'm not well prepared. I just heard about this whole thing about half an hour ago, but we have some concerns with reference to the water situation, the town appears to be wanting to drill a well on that property for water. And we are concerned about the impacts on the aquifer. We are concerned about whether or not there would be a water tower placed on that land if, in fact, the well went in. We're concerned about any associated infrastructure related to that and its effect on the aquifer. We are really concerned about the effect on the aquifer, given the impacts of the future impacts of climate change on our aquifer here, and the fact that I am on a well. I do not have access to town water. Also, I was my wife and I were both a little concerned. We didn't hear anything about this. We weren't given any notice, email or telephone message or any of that sort of thing. I'm just wondering why we weren't apprised of this earlier. And we also have a question about the hunting being allowed back. What kinds of hunting, whether it be just bow season or just shotgun season, or if it would be pretty much nonstop throughout the year. Hang on just one moment. Any other questions? Okay, I think that's all we have to address. Again, we are mostly concerned about the impact on our water supply, and we are concerned about the infrastructure issues, and I think that's about it. Again, I apologize for not being more coherent right now, but like I said, I just heard about this.
Okay.
Should I mute?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Roselle. And if you stick around or listen to us on channel 18, what will happen is we'll have a response to your comments, okay? And more information. Okay? And staff and management will most probably address your issues also, okay? Thank you.
Next, we have public comment from Stephanie Hinckley from West Barnstable. Go ahead, Ms. Hinckley.
Thank you.
Yes, I live on Plum Street, right adjacent to the property that the town is going to purchase on Falcon Road. And I would just like to reiterate what the previous two callers said about concerns about the water situation, first of all, as we have a very fragile aquifer here. I am an environmental writer, photographer, and I was horrified when I heard the prospect of the water here being used, pumped out of here. That's the first issue. The second issue, which is a valid one, is the hunting situation. There are at least 6 houses here that are perilously close to this land that's being purchased by the town. This land has been pristine and has been a habitat for as long as I've been here, which is 23 years, for all kinds of wildlife. But aside from that, we have families who have children who like to roam in the back, and dogs and everything. So the part about this is disturbing is one of my neighbors had a hunter encounter her this week, and he already heard the town was going to purchase the land, and he told her he was getting ready to come in here and shoot deer. Now, her house is very close to the land that the town is purchasing. So it just seems like an incredible safety issue, if not a sad environmental issue. Not that I'm opposed to hunting, but when you've got at least 6 houses here that have dogs and children that are close to this land, it just seems very unwise. So basically, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Diane Siegel. Diane, now's your chance to speak at public comment.
Hi, I wanted to comment on the portion of the short-term rental proposals that are about the 3-day minimum. I rent weekly during the summer months, but during the off-season shoulder months, we rent mostly on the weekends, as that's when people want to come to Cape Cod from Friday to Sunday. This season, we increased our minimum to 3 days due to the increased work in preparing with COVID. We found that our rentals, excuse me, took a nosedive, and we received many inquiries asking if we would consider renting for 2 days. When we went back into a minimum of 2 days, we booked all the weekends that we weren't using personally. It seems unfair to put that kind of a limitation in our property in Barnstable, since all the other surrounding towns don't have that. People will just go to Dennis or Yarmouth or sandwich. Also, I kind of fail to see the difference if an owner is on premises, which allow for 2-day bookings if they are. This seems very arbitrary. I hope you'll reconsider this limitation. And we find that since we prohibit parties and we screen our guests prior to them coming, that it's a much more effective procedure than just limiting arbitrarily to a 3-day rental. That's all. And I also have one other question related to that, actually, is I would like to know how many houses are currently listed as short-term rentals in the town. I know that you're setting the limitations to 1,500. Is that more or less than what the town has? I wasn't able to get an answer anywhere else.
Okay. Ms. Siegel, thank you very much for your comments. Your issue on the days will be brought up later on when we open it up for discussion and debate. But I know that question is coming up for further discussion. So thank you for your call. And this is unofficial, but I think somewhere between 650 and 800 is what is currently registered. Give or take 100. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you. We have another public comment, please.
Yes, Mr. President, we have Michelle Lombard from Barnstable. Go ahead, Ms. Lombard.
Hello, Town Council. I'm an elementary school teacher, and I've written the Town Council about my story. But I asked you to tune me out. I'm sorry, but I asked you not to tune me out tonight. 3 years ago, I put everything I had into a cute home on a cul-de-sac here in Marston's Mills, where I'd imagined I'd retire someday. Last year, the home next door changed from a traditional long-term rental to a short-term rental business. My fiance and I never know from day to day who will show up. We've had frat parties and bachelorette weekends, and last week we had a group of 8 cars that kept the window shades drawn and never went outside for 3 days. You tell me what that was. But we've also had nice families. I wish we had more. But until you live next door to one of these places, you'll never know how unnerving it is. The assessing division says the short-term rental business next to me is owned by someone who lives in Shrewsbury. I researched the owner and found that her brother appears to manage it through Silvergate Services Incorporated. Silvergate describes itself as a full-service co-host management for your short-term vacation rental property. The business model is to serve investors. Silvergate appears to have a Cape and Islands footprint. It does all the host work, staging, photographing properties, advertising them on the online platform, communicating with people who book, arranging switchover day cleaning, and pricing and revenue optimization for investors. I need the entire town council to think about this, please, because my own town councilor has only wanted to help me complain about specific poorly behaved renters. I'm not interested in running neighborhood watch or filing weekly complaints. And who exactly does one complain to about a state of anxiety? About never knowing who and what just booked next door? About losing that wonderful feeling of home we used to take for granted? Last week, I started painting the house in case we need to leave Barnstable. We've heard quite a bit about other residents discussing the need to sue. Everybody invested in homes relying on zoning that did not allow commercial use. When public comment is over, all of you are asked for a response to public comment. Some of you regularly ignore people like me. I ask you to please not ignore me tonight. I ask each of you to answer this one question. If what's next door to me, an absentee investor, Silvergate Services Incorporated, and transient vacationers paying for lodging, if that's not a commercial use of property, then what is? Thank you for listening.
Ms. Lombard, thank you very much for calling in. And all the councilors have heard your comments, and we appreciate that. And somebody may comment right when we return public comment. But thank you for calling in.
I can't hear.
Next up for public comment is Ryan Castle. Ryan, now's your chance to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Ryan Castle. I'm the CEO of the Cape Cod and Island Association of Realtors. I'm here on behalf of more than 400 of our members that live in the town of Barnstable and more than 2,600 members that do business in the town every year. I come before you tonight to let you know we have your back in the lawsuit against the Conservation Law Foundation. If we can be any assistance, we stand ready to assist you. I know you're going to talk about it in executive session tonight. As you know, real estate is vital to the Cape's economy, as that sector is one of the 2 or 3 driving industries of the Cape and employs more people than any other sector. For every 2 houses sold, that is 1 full-time job. That statistic has been proven by the Home Builders Association in every study across the country and is no different here when factoring in real estate commissions, mortgage origination fees, attorney fees, the countless spin-off activities of landscaping, furniture buying, and all the other facets that go with a home purchase. You're doing great work on wastewater, and I encourage you to continue forward. I'm sure Town Manager Els will tell you the good news of the grant the county secured to help you recently. If he hasn't already. You have a plan, and we urge you to follow it and not be distracted by the lawsuit. You've identified funding through the room occupancy tax, and we encourage you to support the hotel and vacation rental industry as efforts to stifle either will curtail the money you have available to clean out Barnstable's waters. We have been active participants in supporting funding for the wastewater infrastructure plan in both Barnstable and Mashpee, and look forward to continue to support your efforts moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castle.
Next for public comment is Greg Keeley. Greg, now is your time to speak.
Good evening, counselors and everybody else. My name is Greg Kiley. I live in Centerville Village. I am the volunteer president of the Cape Cod Islands Association of Realtors this year. I also operate a business with locations in Osterville Village, Sandwich Village, and Falmouth Village. I echo a lot of what Ryan said about the wastewater side of our current conundrum and reiterate his support and the support of our 2,700 plus members in helping the town find a long-term solution on all of that. My biggest concern tonight is specifically about the 1,500 rental unit or rental home cap that is being proposed in the ordinance. I would ask the town council to delay any action on the ordinance until we can clarify the unintended consequences. First, I want to thank staff and the council for getting us this far. And I know there's been great input from the community and community activists. And I think we've come pretty close to some very good outcomes. But there's some unintended pieces that are left untied in what is going to be discussed later. Specifically, when you cap at 1,500, how does the town address those who have a permit but are not actively using it? And how does that tie to the free right of homeowners to use their property under Massachusetts law? Second, in that 1,500 cap, what happens if someone has a property that they want to rent for a week or two, and the rentals I represent are all a minimum 7 days or longer. We don't do 3 days, we don't do 1 day, we do 7 days or longer. We have clauses that don't allow parties. We are the rentals that I think the town and staff agrees they do want and do need in our villages. But what happens when someone is booking today for a stay next summer and they don't know whether or not they're going to get a permit? What happens to the contracts that those homeowners have to enter in or maybe not enter in? And what's the unintended economic impact of some of the rules as they are currently written? These are just two examples. There are a number more examples. And I know Ryan, who spoke earlier, has sent an email to the council addressing some of them. But I would ask that we delay further action until we can address some of the unintended. Sitting on permits is something that happens with moorings. We have a way to deal with those in moorings, but we don't have a way to deal with those in short-term rentals. I think there are a lot of concerns which have been raised. I think we're making great progress, but the revenue, as Ryan said, that short-term rentals currently generate is so critical to our wastewater plan moving forward and even our affordable housing plans moving forward. We need to get this right. We're close, but we need a little bit more time. So I ask the council and the staff to keep the good work to some of these loose ends that still need to be addressed. And I thank you all for your work so far.
Thank you, Mr. Kiley. I appreciate it. Sarah, do we have another public comment?
Lynn has someone on the phone.
Thank you. Dan?
Don't hear anything.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, this is Sue Phelan from West Barnstable. Go ahead, Sue. Sue?
Good evening. Yeah, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
I've had
Thank you.
a terrible time hearing the entire meeting. I just don't understand if it can be considered a public meeting. Right now, I'm seeing somebody else's name on the screen. Anyway, I'm calling tonight with regard to the transfer of property on Falcon Road to the town of Barnstable, which ordinarily I would consider a great move. However, a hunter came down our street today and notified people that he was going to go back there tomorrow and start hunting, and we'd better watch out, which is a little bit aggressive, I say. So the main thing here is that we have had no abutter notification. Not one person on the street that abuts this property has had notification of this activity. I don't think anybody has any objection to conservation land, but hunting is a whole other thing with children and pets and the lot lines being quite close to home. In addition, I do have concerns about the water supply as well and pumping water for Hyannis or wherever that might drain our wells dry. And I'm wondering how this could happen. No butter notification. That's my issue. So I'm hoping you will take my comments into consideration and rethink this transfer and have some reasonable restrictions to save the health and safety of the people that live here. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phelan, for your comments. We are going to discuss those two items, but they're going to be withdrawn this evening, but they're going to come back on. So I want everybody to speak up right now and get this on the table, your concerns. So thank you again, Ms. Phelan.
Next, we have Nicholas Atzelis for public comment. Nicholas, now's your time to speak.
Okay, so can you hear me okay, first of all?
Yes, we can. Yes,
okay.
We can. Yeah,
so by now, many of you in the town of Barnstable have heard that Barnstable High School Principal Pat Clark was notified by the superintendent this past Friday afternoon that he's being placed on administrative leave. It's the feeling by many people in town that he's being used as a scapegoat for the scheduling delays that affected the start of school at BHS. Being the principal at the largest high school on Cape Cod is not an easy task. But from day one, Pat dove into the role with passion, commitment, and an incredible work ethic, all of which he still brings to the job after 12 years. He sets the tone at the school by constantly showing his pride for his alma mater and putting the students first. At a time when students, teachers, administrative staff need stability during these challenging times of opening the school under the shadow of this pandemic, this is not the time for the superintendent to remove the principal. Many citizens have and will continue to bring this matter to the attention of the school committee with the goal of having Pat Clark reinstated as a principal at BHS. I'm bringing this up here at a council meeting just because more awareness needs to be, be had here in the community, as many people were not notified over the weekend. People weren't notified until a group of people were standing out in front of the school Monday morning to support Patrick Clark, and it wasn't until 7:30 in the morning the superintendent sent an email out to parents after the start of school notifying that, one sentence update that the principal was on leave, not placed on leave, but on leave. And I think that more transparency was needed, at least to inform the parents. And I hope that members of the community that are listening to this, that you're now aware of it and hearing for the first time, will show your support for Principal Clark. And hopefully we can have a positive outcome and have the students have their principal reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you.
Mr. President, we have Ted Lohman from Barnstable on. Mr. Lohman, please go.
Hi.
Hello.
I have a friend in a wheelchair and a family member too, and I guess I'm calling for them. When people rent their own homes, they're mostly the Americans with the Disabilities Act doesn't apply. This is about the short-term rental.
Yes.
I know that the ADA does not come to and tell you to make your personal home accessible, but if you're somebody who doesn't live here and you scoop up a house or investment or something, and you're making short-term rental money, the ADA applies. You're a business, a public accommodation, and if you have to let disabled people in with ramps by doorways and stuff, it's not going to work. And I think that it's kind of it's hard to describe, but if you're somebody who doesn't live here and you're doing this, you're taking away the homes from people that need it with disabilities, and I don't see how that is right. But I just hope that you look at this closely before you make any decisions, and I think the ordinance needs something to make things clear to both groups. That's all. I just feel strongly about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment, and I'm sure it's going to be addressed. So thank you.
Next for public comment is Kristen Siminski. Kristen, now's your chance to speak. You need to unmute yourself, Kristen.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Kristen, and I found out from a couple of neighbors today when I got home from work that there was the thought of having the town possibly purchasing the land behind where we live, and I'm nervous about the prospect of hunting in our backyard area. I have a 10 and 12-year-old, and we as a family encourage outdoor activity. So I'm nervous about, like, the kids are always out there. We're, as a family, are always outside and in our backyard area. And I'm just nervous about the prospect of hunters being out there. Thank you.
Kristen, thank you for calling in, and I'm sure there's going to be some comments made by either staff and or counselors. And you're talking to a parent and a grandparent. I hear you. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kristen Bishop.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. So, I'm sorry, I'm getting used to Zoom. So I wanted to introduce myself tonight because I own a house in Marston Mills, and I actually rent it as well on Airbnb. So I kind of wanted to present myself as a short-term rental host. The reason I have the house is it is eventually going to be my retirement home, and I love the house more than anything. And this really, we can't use it all the time because it's not our primary house and I have to work. But this helps us kind of pay the bills, and that's kind of the game plan with it. I also am a realtor, and I know of a lot of, I work on the South Shore, and a lot of people that I know buy their retirement homes, the homes that they're going to live into for a very long time, earlier rather than later. And in the interim between when they have their primary house and when they retire, they do rent it out. So I just think, a lot of bad press comes from, the few people who are very bad renters. We rent on Airbnb. I, have reviews from all my, clients. It only allows one family, 4 members. My neighbors would never even know that we have renters there. And I'm a super host because I take good care of my house and I take good care of my neighborhood, and I wouldn't want anything to happen to it. So I think there are definitely like this phase of the rentals, as far as I know that someone else had called in about the business that runs, and I think those are few and far between. And I don't want people who were concerned about, definitely it sounded a horrible situation that she's living next to. But I also don't want rules to be put in place that are going to hurt people like myself who intend to live, until my retirement in Marston Mills. So the few things I wanted to talk about is the 3-night minimum rental. I know Ms. Siegel had made a comment about that. Is that, again, the same thing is in spring and fall, I'll rent for a weekend and the house will be vacant, in between. And that's, I don't do it all the time, but doing 3-day minimum would completely cut out any shoulder season for any renters. And as far as the zoning issue, I don't know if that's coming up tonight, but I really do feel that, if you put restrictions in place that help manage the problems that woman had in her neighborhood, then I think you're going to see a lot less problems with the short-term rentals, because most of these people are really, they're great people. The house that I bought in Marston Mills had been rented out for 20 years by its prior owner, and that was just private rentals. I, on the other hand, have a short-term rental ID. I pay city, I pay state taxes. So you're getting a lot more from me because I'm doing it the right way versus all the people who could do it, offhand and not tell anybody about it. So I think you want to make the rules so that it, curtails the problem renters, but that you still, support everybody who is, they own property in Barnstable. And I think they need your support as well. That's it.
Thank you very much for calling in, Ms. Fisher. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next, we have Victor Dubinsky. Victor, now's your chance to speak at public comment. Sorry, Victor. There you go.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're all set.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to echo Kristen, who was just right before me, and I'm also here to talk about short-term rentals. We bought our house. We're in Centerville to really take care of our small kids, and it's only an hour commute from our main house. So we use it for us, but then many other times we rent it out again to help with the bills and because it makes sense. Now, what I want to say also, and some other people said it before, but I want to stress it out. People who rent out most of the time they rent out their own houses and they care about who's there. We check our house after every stay. We screen everybody. We deny people who we think might damage the house. All our neighbors, each house on every side has my cell phone number, and they able to call me at any time, 24 hours a day, if there is any problems. I actually got 0 calls because, again, we usually screen. So the restrictions you're trying to implement, like 3-day minimums and other seem to be overreaching restrictions, are really not, I think, in the benefit of anybody, and specifically not in Cape Cod and the Barnstable, right? We're paying taxes for each stay, and that's money, free money to the schools, free money to the programs. You would lose it because many times off-season, and off-season is the main point, when we do, 1 to 2 to 3 days, right? The quality of people doesn't change. The amount of nights does, right? I also used to live in a condominium, and where we passed similar laws, people offloaded the properties, the prices dropped down, and bad people, including criminals and drug dealers, moved in because it was a cheap buy. And on top of that, there were a lot of lawsuits, and the condominium as itself lost a lot of money. Now, this is a small, this condominium. Now we're talking about Barnstable as a, municipality. Same thing's going to happen. People are going to sue people, and you don't want to move out, right? And also, I think, also very important to consider is I also have a neighbor who only shows up for, I don't know, a month and a year, and the rest of the year, that property is vacant. And again, local businesses would benefit from people coming in, right? So think about that. You don't want a ghost town. And again, to echo Kristen before, right? The lady who spoke earlier, who really has a horrible situation with, a big company moving in, don't care about anything, and just renting left and right with who cares who, right? Yes, let's make rules for that kind of situations because we all care about our communities. My wife used to stay every year for 20 years in Centerville, and now we bought as a family there, right? We love these places. And I can vouch probably for majority of people, huge majority, they love the places they live in. So let's not make the rules because we think we hate our neighbors and you might hate us or whoever neighbors are. Let's make the rules that benefit everybody, and let's weed out the bad apples, right? And I'm sure they're only minor, there are only few of them. And we can make better laws about that. So I would highly, suggest to reconsider the overall and come back with a better and more directed, proposal that actually punishes the bad and doesn't punish everybody else. Here it seems to be somebody doesn't like something, let's punish everybody. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Victor, thank you. But may I ask you, how many months a year do you use the house, you and your family?
Right. So this year, actually, we used much more because of COVID, right? So we actually moved out and we spent about 4 months straight of season because it was very quiet in Centerville. And, the less people, the better in this case, unfortunately. So we, this year, we spent almost half a year here, right? Living, actually. We usually spend, during the summer, we spend a couple of weeks because we're working, both my wife and I were both working. But in the off season, we try to be there every weekend.
Okay.
Yes, occasionally we do rent out if somebody wants to rent out, but it doesn't happen that often. And if it does, again, very good people stay, reviews 5+, and also our guests are 5+. And majority are.
Thank you very much, Victor. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next for public comment is Laura Cronin. Laura, now's your time to speak.
Good evening. Thank you, President Hebert and councilors this evening. I wanted to talk to you about something that happened a few councilors meetings ago. I rewatched the September 3rd town councilors meeting where you were first discussing the STR ordinances. In that public comment, Britt Biedenbender spoke. And at the time, she made statements about the civic associations were special interest groups and not meeting regularly, and that they didn't represent their full associations. And I wanted to just comment on that. The civic associations have met, and we have been meeting and keeping our membership up to date. Many of us have been assigned by our civic associations and our boards to represent them on these matters. So the civic associations have been up to date, and our positions hasn't changed, so therefore we can continue the dialogue, and we were able to continue to keep them updated and inform them when anything was outside of what we were charged to do. The civic associations are your grassroots community, and we represent your villages and your voters. If you look at the people who have actually voted, you will find that they are or sign your petitions. 99% of them are going to be coming from your civic associations, and you go there first for their support. None of the civic associations that signed that letter was acting in a vacuum. Ms. Biedenbender didn't get the memo. Maybe she didn't, maybe she got blocked, or maybe she didn't watch for it, but we don't know. But nothing has changed, and we are still representing our board. With regard to special interest, Ms. Biedenbender had no problem seeking support from actual special interest groups, actually paid consultants, when she was pushing the recreational marijuana shops in the town of Barnstable, of course, Hyannis, or the T-Mobile Tower, and or the Realtors Association consultant who helped draft the first ordinances in January before all of the civic association input was in. The subcommittee somehow met between then and now to redraft the ordinances without one public meeting, and that's something we probably should be concerned with. With regard to elitism, interesting she chose those words. When it was clear through the information that we uncovered shows bias towards specific villages and not just in STR matters, and that their opinion was more valuable than the public's. I wasn't going to bring this up again, and I thought we were done. But once again, I go back to the communications that were uncovered when councilors were, quote, using bad judgment in text messages and emails to each other while the subcommittee was and wasn't meeting. Somehow, no one has taken responsibility or ownership for their bad behavior. Nowhere have I heard Ms. Biedenbender or others apologize to anyone. And from the public's view, we continue to hear the praise to they give one another on a great job they did during the subcommittee, when some of it was using their bias, elitism, and prejudice.
I didn't hear an apology anywhere, and no one, and most important, most disturbing or disappointing was that no one defended their civic association during their response to public comment. I hope this is the last we have to speak of this, but so long as the behavior continues to criticize, demoralize, and discourage grassroots citizens' involvement, who now fear retaliation and maybe now won't speak in public comment, we will continue to respond and defend ourselves and our civic associations. Personally, I have never shared the documents we uncovered. And somehow some of you are probably saying, quite, enough is enough is enough, enough already. Well, maybe we should share them and let the public read for themselves to see how personal it was and to be bullied by counselors. And some of them thought as a friend, some of them we thought as an advocate for our village or precinct or neighbor, but actually were only in it for themselves and their agenda. But I assure you, I won't acquiesce my right to speak to the public and reach out to everyone. I encourage you to reach out to your civic associations, see and hear what they do all the time. Get involved so that this doesn't happen to something you care about or to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin.
Next is Tina Carey. Tina, now's your chance to speak.
Me?
Yep,
Hello?
Yes, it's your turn.
Okay. Yeah, I have some questions about the short-term rentals. I don't think that you should vote on this yet because there's still a lot of things in here that are just not accurate. My number one complaint is in section 190.12 where it says ineligible units. These are in violation of the Fair Housing Act. You cannot discriminate against people because of their income or where their income comes from, or if they're on public assistance, or if they're getting subsidized housing. It's against the law. I think this should go back to legal because that is just not correct. In the spirit of full foreclosure, I've been a real estate broker for 20 years in the town, and I'm also a business owner with a liquor license. And you just cannot discriminate against people who don't have a lot of money. Those are the people that would need to be renting out or renting out a room in their house more than anybody else. They probably need the money more than anyone. The other thing is that it says family apartments or accessory affordable apartments. Family apartments, you know, they're going to be changing the zoning with these additional dwelling units that, you know, 9 other towns have already passed by right that you can have an additional dwelling unit on your property. So that would, you know, delete that whole paragraph completely because people would be able to rent out family apartments because they would be turned into ADUs by right. So I think that whole chapter should be eliminated. And also the fact that you're limiting it to 1,500 people, it's going to end up being like, you know, moorings. Everybody's going to hold on to them because you can't get them anymore. That was really a bad decision. It should be open to everybody. That is another form of discrimination, that only the first 1,500 people that come along get a license. There's a lot of things in here that are just, you know, they shouldn't be in here at all. And the 3-night stay, what does it matter if someone stays 2 nights or 3 nights? I've had 2 short-term rentals for the last 5 years, and I will tell you that Airbnb is the best thing that's ever happened to short-term rentals because as a property owner, I never touch the money. You know, these people fill out applications with Airbnb. I fill out applications. People book it. They use their credit card. The day they move in, the money is deposited in my account. They pay the state pays you. And I can't imagine in these awful financial times that you would do anything to stop the flow of income into the town of Barnstable. This is just the wrong time to be doing something like this. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be loads of people being laid off their jobs. And if you can get extra income to the town through short-term rentals, I mean, they're paying almost a 15% tax. I mean, we should welcome these people with open arms. They support the restaurants, the ferries, the stores. I mean, this is just, I really would table this and send it back to the legal department about the Fair Housing Act because it really is in violation of fair housing. I'm surprised that MLS did not bring that up, the Board of Realtors. But, you know, there's other things that are just so arbitrary that can never be enforced, like, you know, that people be of one group. You know, it's like that crazy thing they have that you can only rent to 3 unrelated people. Do you have to submit your ancestry.com to rent in a bed and breakfast if it's 3 unrelated people? I mean, there are just so many ridiculous things. We don't need to add more ridiculousness to these bylaws and zoning amendments. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I would say, please table this and give it more thought because it really isn't even necessary to have. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Thank you.
Next for Zoom public comment is Sharon Christensen. Sharon, it's your turn. Sharon, if you can unmute, it's your turn for public comment.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to say, personally, I mean, I haven't been able to totally understand or follow this whole entire thing because some of it is a little confusing, and I went to law school and I'm still having trouble. I'm a single parent to an adult with Down syndrome. And it's really difficult for me to leave her. She's moderately mentally disabled. So I have to find ways to work around my daughter for income. And when Airbnb came to light, I was so thrilled when things just took off for me. And I'm in my 4th season, so pretty much my 4th year, but it does book up totally 100% in the summer. And I'm in Hyannis, so I'm close to the ferries. I'm close to downtown Main Street. I'm close to the bus station when that was operational, and the airport. And within walking distance to downtown Main Street even, as well as some shopping malls and plazas. And I have people flying from all over the world and, drive in, and it's unbelievable the graciousness of the people that come to my home. And if you took this away, or if I had this taken away, I would be absolutely devastated because it's a livelihood that I found a way to be able to take care of my daughter. And I do a 2-night minimum because of COVID, and that seemed to be, works perfect. If you push it to 3 or more, I would lose people because some people can only get away for 2 nights coming from like Boston or maybe Connecticut and I'm talking in general from before the COVID times, but when COVID did start, I had the influx of people just wanting to get a break and get out and just enjoy nature and go for a walk. But they always ask for recommendations, and I always point them to the wonderful restaurants we have in downtown Hyannis. And they always taken the ferry to the islands, either Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket or both. And I really believe that a 2-night minimum would be absolutely the minimum that you could actually put on this. And when I was approached with Airbnb last year, that I had to fill out the Massachusetts Department of Revenue for the room occupancy excise registration certificate. I'm hoping that's what you meant by having gotten some kind of, legalese, because I wouldn't know what would happen if I have to be out of the loop for the 1,500 or more. And I do think that that somehow does infringe on some kind of rights that we have. I have a right to own my property and pay taxes. I have no problems in my neighborhood. People don't even know I have an Airbnb. I can only have a maximum of 2 people because it's a 1-bedroom on my 2nd floor with a little nook for like a living area and a small eating area, but no cooking facilities. So they do have to go out to eat or bring in food from a pizzeria or one of the other local establishments if they want to stay in. And I'm just hoping you'll consider the little people that are making a buck here in order to survive. And God, with the jobs that are going to be closing soon with the COVID and the struggle here, I really do need to keep my lodging establishment and my short-term rentals to 2 nights.
Okay, so thank you, Sharon. Sharon, can I just ask, so do you stay in the house all the time? You don't move out of the house, you stay in the house?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
That's very, very important. Thank you so much, Sharon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with your good work taking care of your daughter. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. President, our next speaker is Deb Crow from Hyannis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Deb Crow, and I live in Hyannis. And I'd like to commend the short-term rental group for working through a proposal, modifying it, and now we have one that I don't think everybody's totally happy with, but it certainly is a starting point. By the ordinance, it has to be reviewed, I believe, sometime in 2021. We are having an industry right now in this village which has no control. Nothing's really in charge of it. And there's not a lot of regulations to be enforced. I recommend that we move forward with the ordinance, the regulation, and look at where it is a year from now. If you've been doing the short-term rentals and you haven't registered with the town, that's not the town's fault. So it is your opportunity to get registered. I would, however, suggest that the zoning amendment not go through at all until there's an opportunity to see what the short-term rental industry is, and whether the town can enforce it, the regulations that are in it. Because if the town can't enforce the regulations in it, I don't think we put short-term rentals anywhere. So let's give the town a chance to show that they can manage the situation. We'll get an understanding of where people are, and it can be changed in a year. And in fact, the proposal requires that it be looked at for modification in a year. So let's control what's right now uncontrolled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deb, for calling in. We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Next up for public comment is Ellen. Ellen, if you could introduce yourself, now's your chance to speak.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Nozzle. I live in Centerville. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to address one aspect in particular about the general ordinance that is being discussed and possibly voted on by the council tonight. And that is to have a cap of 1,500 short-term rentals registered in Barnstable. The word is out, of course, among people, property owners, prospective property owners, people who have been working under the radar, etc., that there may be a cap put on the amount of STRs in town. And the town council did receive a letter signed by over 200 Barnstable residents asking them to consider some important points. And this, I'll read to you a portion of that letter that discusses the idea of a cap of 1,500. It says the rush to register has already begun. Not long ago, the number of reported short-term rental registrations in Barnstable was about 600. Today it is 800 and climbing. And the most recent registration shows an operator, and I feel that this is such an egregious use of power and abuse of the trust of Barnstable people. But a zoning board of appeals and housing committee member, who you would think is presumably aware of local regulatory developments, went from having one to more than a dozen short-term rental registrations, and that is in just a recent time. So the rush to register multiple short-term rentals by business interests could allow them to avoid the proposed 2 registrations per operator limit, and also flood the market for people who, as some of our previous callers have mentioned, who would like to have a business out of their home and operate legitimately, et cetera. So I feel that the council should be advised to strongly consider that cap and strongly consider a limit of per operator registrations in Barnstable, because abuse of that is already evident. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had for public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Lynn?
There is no public comment left on phone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Job well done, both of you. Thank you. Okay, so councilors, thank you very much. If it's okay with you, what I'd like to address first, before we go to the STR comments, if the town manager would direct me on who can best speak to the concerns on the 2 items that we are going to withdraw tonight, but they're going to come back. If either town manager Els wants to handle that.
Sure, absolutely. And certainly you'll be hearing in the coming months and years from our Department of Public Works relevant to the ongoing investigation of future potential water supply in Barnstable. You know, there is no specific public water supply being cited on the parcel that is being referred to, but we are making sure that any and all lands, when appropriate, and there is an exhaustive process to go out and try to determine whether property, town property or other, is appropriate for a future potential public water supply. And that process takes years of technical and regulatory and legal review, accompanied by an extensive public involvement process. So I'm a little unclear on why our residents believe that we're going to put public water supply wells down in this parcel. I know that it references the opportunity, because we will specifically state that lands may be used in the future for public water supplies, that may make outside funding sources available to us, and we always want to keep that option open. So what I would ask our residents to do is to ask the questions they did, obviously, but rest assured that we are a long way away from putting in public drinking water wells. What we have been doing is putting in test wells, really kind of along the moraine, along 6 in general, not within the highway layout certainly, but in the higher ground, west to east, and taking a look at the future potential viability. And we've been talking about this publicly for years at this point. Actually, I've worked here 30 years, and we've been talking about it for 30 years. And this is the closest that we physically come to being out there in the field and dropping small test wells to be able to look at quantity and quality. So yes, that is ongoing. But again, more than happy to sit down in any neighborhood with any question. Relevant to the other part of the question, regarding these properties, I am going to ask Natural Resources to visit the area and hopefully have the opportunity to speak with the individual that made the statements about accessing town or private property, in what sounds like an alarming manner. I mean, all lands in the town of Barnstable are subject to the laws of the Commonwealth. There are clear laws relevant to hunting. Beyond that, private property can certainly prohibit it. In many areas, public property prohibits it. And above all, public health and safety are our #1 priority. So that person wasn't speaking for us, but I'm going to ask our Natural Resources Department to try to get out there and see who that person was. And hopefully that behavior does not represent anything that the town certainly supports. So that's what I'll offer, but we always stand ready. And thank you, President Hebert. They can call us. We are here. You can call Public Works at 790-6330. You can call my office at 862-4610. More than happy to answer any questions, sit down with you anytime, explain all of this. And but thank you for bringing it up, because it is absolutely a discussion about looking at future public water supply wells across the town of Barnstable that we need to continue a discussion on. And I know that our Director of Public Works has been, involved with all of our villages and all of our fire and water districts in discussion about the investigation that we're looking at. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
You're muted, Paul. You're still muted, Paul. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Mark, thank you very much for those comments, because what you're assuring the folks is that, right now we're just looking at the quality and the quantity of the water there. We're not going to drain them dry. And so it's for their benefit that we're helping to test the water, quality of the water. So I think that's to their benefit.
Well, I wouldn't even go that far. I don't know that there's been a test well put on that property. I would have to ask Director Santos. But yes, if we had put one there, then yes, that it is a test well that we've put on. I know we put them out in West Barnstable Conservation, but I'm not sure if there's one there. What we want to do, though, is when the opportunity presents itself, to be able to make sure that we can consider open space for water supply as well, we are going to secure that opportunity. And that's what you see written into this particular order, is that we may be looking at it in the future for this purpose. But again, I'll have Director Santos get back to you about whether there's a specific test well in that location right now. I just don't know the answer there. Maybe he's coming on right now. Thank you, Dan.
Yes, I can answer that. The answer is no. And Manager Ellis is exactly right. When this parcel came up, as does any parcel for conservation restriction, from now and into the future, we're always going to try to reserve the right to use that parcel for water supply, given the nature of our water supply, in that we need to provide clean water in perpetuity for our residents. So we have to consider every parcel as a possible location for water supply. So all that does is protect our interests.
Thank you very, very much. And again, Manager Ellis, thank you for getting Natural Resource to check it out. Maybe there were signs, no hunting, that were torn down or something. So, but thank you for getting that checked out right away. Thank you. Okay, so councilors, by the notes that I have been taking, there was one comment on Principal Pat Clark. All the others were on the STRs. So I'd like to open up for councilors' comments to public comment, please. And we're starting with, anybody want to make comment? Oh, okay. Councilor Levesque, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Levesque.
Thank you, President Hebert. I appreciate the opportunity. So just because you mentioned that order, I did want to speak to Nick Atzelis's comments in regards to Pat Clark. I have a 8th grader at Barnstable High School, and I was very much aware of the schedule conflicts. I will say that as a town councilor, we do not have much control over personnel issues anywhere in the school, and even the superintendent. That is the school committee. School committee hires a superintendent. Superintendent takes care of personnel, and then that's how it works from there. Now, as far as transparency goes and notification, I did hear some rumors on Friday that people were texting me, hearing different things. But ironically, my suspicions or rumors were confirmed by reading Nick Atzelis's Facebook page. So I'm with you. It would have been nice to maybe have some even what was given on Monday, given on Friday as a parent. So I'm speaking as a parent, not only as a town councilor, just so that it would have been, some questions would have been answered. Did this happen or did this not happen? So that would be my only comment to that. And again, I appreciate all parents. And it is very tough right now. I will speak to that as well. When you drop off your 8th grader to the first day of his school and in-person school learning, and there's a protest out in front of the school, and his schedule's not quite finished yet. And I will say that at this point it has been straightened out, and I hope for all the others too as well. It's tough enough to be going to school. The stress level is very high, and with the children in general, I find myself being a child psychologist more than ever, and I do hope that this situation gets wrapped up quickly. So that being said, I also would like to address Mrs. Lombard. I did read your letter. I'm sorry I didn't respond. I also saw that you put your letter in the newspaper, and I can understand why you would be upset. I will say that I do believe that the Zoning Regulatory Committee has heard of these concerns, and this mostly revolves around these outside companies. There are lots of people who own short-term rentals that live in our community that are doing a good job keeping their thumb on the pulse, as you've heard if you listen to the rest of public comment. But I don't want you to think you're not being heard. You are being heard, and I personally apologize for not responding to your letter that you submitted to the town council. Furthermore, I want to compliment Ms. Crow on her assessment of kind of what is happening and really trying to see both sides of the situation. Not necessarily agree on all points. That's not necessarily what we're talking about, but I just appreciate the fact that you did recognize that a lot of work has been done. And I understand that, time and throwing time, and we'll have an opportunity to talk about that. But I did want to thank Mrs. Crow and also Laura Cronin her comments as well. And as I mentioned last time she spoke, and she talked about mistrust, I believe all counselors will work towards moving forward to try to earn that trust back. And if maybe my apology wasn't clear, but as a town councilor, if that wasn't clear before, I apologize on behalf of the town council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Levesque. And just to follow up to that, to Ms. Crow's comment, Councilor Cullum said way in the beginning that we were only, if there's a problem with the ordinance, we don't have to wait a year, that we're just 2 meetings away for first reading to change anything that becomes apparent is something that needs to be addressed in the ordinance. So thank you. I just want to reiterate that. We're not going to wait a year if there's a problem.
And that is the general ordinance, not the zoning ordinance.
Oh, did I say that? Did I say zoning?
I just want to be clear that that's how it's stated on the record, that the zoning ordinance takes little longer and it's a little heavier lift than that.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Councilors, anyone would like to address? Thank you. Councilor Shaughnessy, please.
Thank you, President Hebert. I wanted to say to all the folks who offered a different perspective on short-term rentals, which was Diane Siegel and Michelle Lombard and Kristen Bishop, Victor Dubinsky, Tina Carey, Sharon Christensen, and also Ellen Newell. I want to thank you very much for providing those different voices and those different perspectives. Michelle Lombard, I want you to know, I see you. I am not ignoring you. I too read your letter, and frankly, it sounds like an absolute nightmare, but it also sounds like this company is representing owners who may in some way be related, and they all coincidentally use the same property management service. And I am not amused by that at all. I wanted to thank Nick Atzelis for commenting on Principal Clark. I too am a bit shocked by that news. Patrick Clark is someone I've known since he was a student at Barnstable High School. So that was very surprising news for me, and I hope we learn more about that. Finally, I wanted to say to Laura Cronin, thank you very much, but I also wanted to say, with regard to our local civic associations, I very much appreciate our local civic associations. I think the people that join and become members and interact with their civic associations are clearly people that care about their communities. They're interested in what's happening in their communities, and they want to be involved. And I appreciate that they very often show up in our meetings to speak in public comment, but also well-prepared, well-thought-out remarks. And so I do very much appreciate our civic associations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shaughnessy. Councilor Bogan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll confess that Councilors Levesque and Shaughnessy have made my comments shorter because I generally echo everything they said. For the benefit of folks that are listening, you heard the two differing, very wide, disparate perspectives related to short-term rentals. And it is those that we are trying to navigate. The people that spoke in favor of short-term rentals sound like very responsible owners. The people that are affected, such as Ms. Lombard, I have to tell you, I was touched when I read her letter. I was touched in a surprising way when I saw it in the Barnstable Patriot, and I was no less touched when I heard it tonight. Your words, Ms. Lombard, are powerful. They resonate. And unfortunately, they often get lost in the rhetoric, but I assure you they will ring loud and true as we consider these ordinances. With regard to Ms. Cronin, I can't commend you and the civic associations enough for your input. I value it. I think the council values it. We could not do our job without that input. The comments to which you referred, I thought were reprehensible. They were abhorrent. They certainly do not represent the position of this council. And for that reason, I am sorry. But I assure you, your voice will be heard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Bogan. Any other councilors? Councilor Snap, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to thank all of the folks that showed up for public comment tonight. Obviously, there's some issues related to the West Barnstable parcel that's under consideration that I'm sure we will hear more about, but I'm glad that people who were concerned raised their voices. Again, as my fellow councilors have said, we heard a varying range of opinions on the short-term rentals, and I appreciate the specificity that people brought to tonight's meeting. as we continue our deliberation on the general ordinance this evening. As I've said in previous meetings, we may have reached success if everybody walks away a little bit unhappy. As much as everyone's positions on certain very specific things in the general ordinance are maybe very valid, we are also trying to reach a compromise. And that is our job as legislators, is to try to find that compromise. And I am very glad that we do have that flexibility in the general ordinance, that if for some reason we miss the mark on what we, I hope, pass very soon, we can go back and revisit it. So again, I appreciate the comments tonight and trust that we will continue as counselors doing our good work later on tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Snap. Appreciate all the words that the councilors have given to public comment. I would like to just take a moment when we attend the Cape Cod and Islands Selectmen Councilors Association. One topic that comes up periodically is how do you get public engagement? So we have public comment, but how do you get public engagement? And I have to say that it is so much appreciated that we have in this STR, and as we just saw tonight about the West Barnstable properties that we're looking at for test wells. This is public engagement. When people feel safe and comfortable and able to express themselves, we have gone a long way in how we can work together as a community to listen, to more than listen, but to let people be heard in what they're expressing. So I thank the public again for calling in tonight and helping us to have the best town we possibly can have. We have had some rough edges here with the STR. We've had some misfires, and maybe things that we're not so proud of. Again, I applaud the councilors as we apologize for that in the past, but we do want to move forward. And we thank you for your continued engagement in this process. Thank you very much to the public. And I also thank the councilors who are working tirelessly to really make this the very best piece of legislation we can do on behalf of everyone. So thank you so much. If there's no other councilors that wish to speak right now, Councilor Deborah Dagwan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say to all of those that did come to public comment tonight that I'm sure many of you are civic association members, and those of you that are not, please engage with your local civic association. I am a long-term member of my civic association. I'm probably the oldest member in terms of not only in age, but I mean in terms of years being with the civic association membership. And I hope that my age doesn't reflect on the fact that the contributions that I've given over the years and the many years of time and effort that I put into to engage with my community and to bring forth concerns that the community has. So my community has. So I just wanted to say to those who spoke that thank all of you for coming and continue to come to our council. But if you're not a part of this, your local civic association, please join it. It's very, very valuable in terms of getting together and knowing what's going on in your community, but also letting us as a council understand what's happening in your village as well. I also wanted to speak to Mrs. Lombard and all of those who sent us letters. This STR has been a very important and very highlighted issue. And we've gotten so many letters. I did read her letter. I read most of them. Matter of fact, we've got probably 3 or 4 that came just before this meeting. So we struggle sometimes to get to all of them, and we don't always have an opportunity to respond back. But it's not because we haven't looked at them or haven't considered them. I just want the people to know that we this topic particularly, I know we've probably got hundreds left. And each time this meeting comes up, we get more and more of them just before they come. So we do hear you. And as for Mr. Clark at the high school, I am a grandmother who had an 8th grader as well who was looking forward to, getting to the high school, and it was a little bit disappointing for me to see what happened. But I think I'm looking forward to hearing both sides of the issue. What was the rationale behind this? He has been a wonderful principal. From my experience with him, working with the Achievers and just so many other things. And so I don't want to pass judgment either way. I just think that we should look at both sides of the issue before making any kind of judgment. But Principal Clark knows that he has many of us and many of his community has support him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dagwan. Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, Council President Hebert. I do thank the West Barnstable community for weighing in on the Plum Street property, especially regarding the Falcon Road acquisition. I have been in touch with the Barnstable Land Trust and kept abreast with the with staff about its status, and I will be in touch with residents regarding that. So I appreciate their support. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Thank you. Okay, seeing no more councilor comments, I will close councilor comments to the public comments, and we will now entertain town manager communications, please. Thank you.
You're muted, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. It's Mark Ells, town manager, and this is my town manager's report for the period of September 18th through September 30th. I will note that I did receive an update from the superintendent of schools late in the day today. So under separate email, I forwarded that to Cynthia and leadership for distribution to town council. So that is not included in my town manager's update this evening. I will invite in the superintendent to my next opportunity to give the town council an update so that she can directly provide you all with an update on how our schools are progressing. My first speaker this evening is Ann Quirk, town clerk, and she'll provide an update relevant to the upcoming elections. Ann?
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, councilors. I just wanted you to be aware that as of today, we have 13,196 requests for absentee and vote by mail ballots. We're going to do this in at least 2 or 3 different mailings. We're going to start with the folks that sent their requests in back in July, from July until September 1st. That'll be the first set of ballots that will go out. I've had teams of people working upstairs diligently trying to get the labels all printed and posted, and they're doing a great job, and I can't thank them all enough. But if you hear from your folks wondering why they haven't received the ballot yet, that's because this is a huge undertaking. And as of today, we received some of the ballots, not all of them, but some of the ballots were delivered. So we'll be doing that group first, the ones that came through from July into September 1st, and then we'll run a second run. That number that I just gave you totals 40% of my voters in the town of Barnstable, which is a huge number. We're going to continue getting these requests up until October 28th. It gets cut off at on October 28th. So again, we'll just keep working at it. That's the best I can tell you. But if your constituents are wondering, we get questions all day long. Where are the ballots? Where are the ballots? Yeah, they're coming. They're coming. We'll get them out to you. We promise. The last day that you can register to vote for this election is October the 24th. It's a Saturday. It's the last day. And I want to also remind everyone that we start early voting on Saturday, October 17th at 8 o'clock in the morning at the Barnstable Adult Community Center. So you'll have 2 weeks available to you to vote in person early at the Barnstable Adult Community Center. So thank you for your time. If anybody has any questions, I'm ready.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I ask the first question? When people have received these 13,196 to date, so they will have a ballot.
Yes.
If they fill out that ballot and decide that they want to bring it to the early voting or bring it to the polls of the day of the election, can they do so?
They may bring it to the early voting location to drop it off because it has to be time and date stamped here at the town clerk's office. So they cannot bring it to the polling location and have it read. It won't be done. It can't be because I have to time and date stamp that envelope that it's in.
Okay, so if they bring it to the box outside town hall, even on the day of election, does that work?
Yes, it does. We will be checking it all day long. The last time they can drop one off is 7:58 p.m. So it gives us time to run inside and time and date stamp it.
Okay, all right. So once they have a mail-in ballot, and if they decided to vote in person, can they go to the voting place on the day of election or early voting? But they requested and they have a ballot. What does that cause?
As long as they have not returned it to me, they can vote.
Okay. And what do they do with the one that you mailed them?
Hopefully they'll rip it up and throw it away. It can't be counted.
It can't be counted. And if they turn it in for us to destroy, is that helpful?
That would be excellent.
Okay. So all of a sudden they decide that they want to they want to come in and vote in person, but they have received the ballot. They should bring it in. It's marked void and given to the clerk.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other councilors, Councilor Bogan, please. Councilor Bogan, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's a lot of information, and I know you and your staff are working very hard. I think you had some assistance from my fellow Councilor Starr today, who's making us look bad. Let me make sure I got this clear. So if you have a ballot, you cannot walk into the polling station on the day of voting and drop it off there. You would have to go either, if you didn't want to mail it in, to the adult community center or drop it in the box at town hall.
Correct.
And when is the last day that someone, or what's the postmark that has to be on one that is mailed for it to count?
The way the legislation reads, the last day that it can be time and date stamped by the post office is election day by 8 o'clock. Then we have to hold off for about 4 days to wait for those to come through. As long as I get them within 4 days of the election, they're going to be counted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Starr, please.
I just one quick question, Ann, about the census. It sounds like the census has been extended to October 5th.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, and I'm not sure that it's going to be cut off that day. But it's been a help. All the things that have been happening, it has brought people out to actually answer the census, which is great.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Starr. Councilor Slepp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ann, I just wanted to commend you and staff and volunteers for how smooth sailing the early voting went for the primary. And I would urge any fellow citizens, if you haven't got a mail-in ballot, that's the way to go. And could you remind me again, will you always have Saturday vote? It will be the 2 Saturdays, or will it just be the 1 Saturday?
Yes, Paula, it will be both Saturdays and
Okay.
both Sundays.
And Sundays.
That's
Okay.
required. So we'll be 8 to 1 on Saturday and Sunday, the 17th and 18th, and then again 8 to 1 on the 24th and the 25th. The rest of the time during the week, it'll be the normal business hours of 8:30 to 4:30.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if I may I am willing to help with early voting again, as I will on election day, but I wait for you to tell me what days and times you want me there, okay?
Excellent.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Councilor Shaughnessy.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do you still need help? Because this could be a great shout out for some volunteers. And if someone is willing to volunteer, is there a minimum shift or time they could come to help you?
Actually, we're trying to do 2 shifts a day, 8:30 to 12:30, and then the second shift is 12:30 to 4:30. We don't want to wear anybody out because it is tedious work. But I would say if they're looking for something to do in the next week, great. Other than that, it's going to kind of, hopefully it'll slow down until the ballots start coming in. And then it really is up to my staff to be able to enter them into the voter registration information system.
Thank you.
You.
Councilor Neary, thank you.
Thank you, Ann, and your staff. I'm just curious, and it's a great shout out to volunteers. How does this relate to your history of mail-in ballot in terms of the numbers? I'm just curious. Is it exponentially higher or is it marginally higher? I'm just curious.
This is the first time. This year has been the first time that we've done this like this. The very first time we had early voting was 2016, and it was only for the presidential. And we had it for 11 days prior to the presidential. And we did 7,127 early voting in person. We didn't do it by mail because there wasn't enough time. The way the legislation was written. This changed this time around, and we had quite a few requests in August for the primary, but actually have more than 2,000 more now, and it's every day we're getting about 100 to 200 requests.
Well, fantastic. It's a great job, and if volunteers are available, I'm sure that you'll find a place to help them assist you. Great job as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Neary. I can also say that the James Crocker hearing room looks like Santa's workshop. And even the meeting room at the council office is filled with furniture to make room in the council. So there's been a little furniture rearranged. Yeah. Any other councilors? Great. Madam Clerk, thank you so much for this update and this information.
Thank you all.
Okay. May you be blessed. May you be well.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Okay, Katie Service, Barnstable Municipal Airport Manager, shall provide an update on the airport master plan. Katie.
Great, thank you very much, Mark. Just wanted to provide you an update and let you know where we were in the master plan. It has been quite some time since we actually have met with you to talk to you about the master plan. So I'm just going to quickly bring you up to date. Last time we spoke was in February of 2020. So where are we 8 months later? Really, we're at the point where we should be having our public workshops to identify to the public what a master plan is, the work that we have done as part of the master plan, and to get commentary from the public. So just a quick overview of the master plan. So we have our master plan goals that you can see on the screen there in the middle of the screen there. We're incorporating the Hyannis Airport business plan goals. So our business plan goals are going to be developed as part of the master plan as well. We also need to account for regulatory requirements from both the state and federal government in regards to airport design. But we're also taking into account the town of Barnstable strategic goals. So the goals that I have listed there are the goals that were part of the strategic plan when we started the master plan. I understand that we're in the process of revising those goals, so that will be modified as we get closer to completion of those goals. Just wanted to remind all of you of our planning advisory group that are our stakeholders that we seek information from as part of the master plan. So obviously we're not doing or completing this master plan in a bubble, if you will. We're trying to get a lot of feedback from stakeholders that are part of the process, the transportation process, not only on Cape Cod, but within Barnstable. So those are our planning advisory group members. As part of the master plan, we're meeting with those members on 4 separate occasions. We have had the first 2 meetings that were already accomplished, the first one being an in-person meeting, and due to COVID-19, the second one being a Zoom meeting like we're doing today. For the process and where we are, the past couple of months have been busy. We've stayed true to being on schedule with the master plan. So far, you can see with the green check marks, we have completed an inventory of what our existing facilities look like and give a snapshot in time, if you will, to anybody that picks up the master plan. They can take a look at, what was existing at the airport, what were the facilities and the infrastructure that existed at the airport. Then we looked at forecast of future activity. We had to, obviously, our forecasts were developed and then COVID-19 occurred. So we had to make some modifications to our forecast to reflect what's going on right now in the nation and in the world. We've completed our environmental overview, which is an overview of the environment as it exists today at the airport, any surrounding environment that we need to be conscious of as we're looking at future plans for the airport, any potential impacts that could be associated with the environment that we will try to avoid as we look to our future plans. We've completed our facility requirements, which is identifying based on our forecasts and environmental overview. It identifies different projects that the airport would like to implement based on a need for the community or a need for the aviation sector. And then the next step will be really alternatives. How are we going to implement those processes? For impact and stakeholder participation, we've had, obviously, that first planning advisory group meeting was held during the first few chapters that we produced as part of the master plan. For the facility requirements is when we had our second advisory group meeting. And then we're at this point ready for public meetings and our coordination meetings with various stakeholders, including yourself, Town Council, Cape Cod Commission, the FAA, and MassDOT Aeronautics. And we're hoping to do that sometime in November. Now, when we say public meetings, obviously due to COVID-19, that has completely changed how we're going to handle public meetings. So I'd like to go over that strategy with you. I guess timing is perfect when we talk about public engagement. You have just mentioned that previously in previous conversations that we've just had. So this timing of this presentation, I think, is good. Our public strategy, engagement strategy, was basically, as a public use airport, as a department of the town, it's transparency. It's to allow the public to engage. It's a very important process as part of the master plan. We want to hear from the public. We want to let them know this is what the airport is planning to do. This is a major transportation entity within Cape Cod and within Barnstable. So what are our plans for the future? We had to shift gears due to COVID-19. So traditionally, we would hold a public workshop or some type of open house once or twice during the course of the project. However, workshops and forums in that aspect prior to COVID-19 weren't really such an issue. However, now because of COVID, we have to switch gears and look at other opportunities to engage the public. So with the precautions that we have in place, with the idea that we do not want to congregate with many people in one space, but we want to make sure that our public is heard when it comes to the master plan, we have shifted our focus, and we will now place content for the first public workshop online. So the airport's YouTube channel is going to be utilized so that we will have presentations from previous stakeholder meetings posted on our YouTube website, on our YouTube site. We will also have a series of short narrated videos for the public to watch. They'll be shareable videos so they can share them with their neighbors. They can comment using a dedicated email address that is strictly for the master plan. The YouTube videos and access to those videos will be available via our airport website. So if you're looking at the screen now, you can see up in the right-hand corner, we have an airport master plan, click for details, that's on the airport website. It's accessible through the Town of Barnstable's website if you go to the airport department. We also have documents available for download on that same website so people can learn more information about the master plan and our future plans. The public engagement strategy is to release a press release about the engagement strategy, the online portion, on October 5th. We will post weekly via social media outlets about the airport master plan and about ways that the public can comment on the master plan or learn more about the master plan. So that will be via our Facebook, Instagram, airport website, and planned media interviews that we will be following through with. Media outlets such as Cape Cod Media radio commercials will be posted to remind people to learn more about the master plan and to remind people how they can comment. On October 18th, we will have an engagement reminder press release, again, urging people to comment. It's a very different way for us to conduct a master plan open house. So we want to make sure that the public is fully knowledgeable about ways that they can engage. November 2nd will be when all public comments are due. It provides for a month-long comment period as part of the master plan. And by November 20th, just before Thanksgiving, the airport will respond to those public comments through a series of videos and written script question and answer comments. So again, these are our project contacts. We hope to have a future meeting with town council and with town leadership to talk about some of the responses to comments that we have received, to talk about the projects that we hope to implement, and to just gauge some feedback from town councilors and from the public. So my really request, this is the end of my presentation, my request for our town councilors is just to spread the word about ways for the public to engage in the master plan process for the airport. And with that, I will take any questions that anyone might have.
Okay, we have questions from Madam Vice President, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Katie. I just wanted to know how the new airline, is it Southern Airways Express, how that is working out? Is it being received well?
The Southern Airways Express is not doing as well as they had hoped at the airport. They did come in during a pandemic. It's difficult. People have already made a lot of their plans or have canceled their plans flying on Southern Airways Express via our existing airlines, Cape Air. So in one respect, they're not doing as well as they thought at Hyannis, but they are doing well in the New England market. They do plan to stay at Hyannis and to help hopefully build their brand and come back strong as well in the spring. So we're hoping that they'll just stick with us through this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Councilor Levesque, please.
Hi, Katie. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the report with Southern. And that's great news that they will continue to partner with us in that respect. I was just going to ask if you could just email us, Cynthia Lovell, the presentation, the slides that you have from this presentation. If you could just forward that to her, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Levesque. Councilor Dagwan. Did you have a question, Councilor Dagwan? No? Okay. Okay, Councilor Snep. Councilor Snep, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Katie, for your presentation. I think that your attempts for outreach look as good as you can get during COVID, and I will definitely be checking out that YouTube channel because I think that's a great way to reach people. I just had a question on something that we approved back in April, which I guess has just recently occurred, which was the tree clearing, which I'm assuming was related to the airport. Will there be any remediation of those areas that have really been decimated of vegetation?
Yeah, that's a great question. The tree removal project did occur. We had just about 10 acres of trees that needed to be removed to respond to requirements by the FAA to have clear approaches for the airport. So we did clear those areas. We had a planting plan that was put into place. The planting plan was to put various shrubs that are low-grown shrubs and grasses that are common to this area in those areas that we took trees down from. The shrubs are doing well, but due to the drought, the grasses did not. So we are replanting a lot of the grasses that did not come back. That is not on us, that is on the contractor that we hired to do the project. They are in the process of reseeding. So the reseeding plan will happen within the next week. It's kind of an odd time for us to be reseeding, especially grasses, right before we get into our winter season. So we also have plans to come back and reseed again in the spring. We just had a hard time for those plants to take hold during that drought season. Even though we had a month-long watering plan to help them along, not all of them made it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Snep. Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, Council President Hebert. Thank you, Katie, for your presentation. And I should say during your presentation, I just went onto the town's website under town departments, and under the Barnstable Municipal Airport link, I was not able to access the airport's information. And I'll be the first to say I am not that technically adept. So it might be a problem on my end, but maybe there's a missing link. So I just want to make sure that people can access your information through the town's website, not by going directly to the airport. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. And I will work with the IT department to make sure we do not have any issues.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Any other councilors? Questions for Katie? Seeing none, thank you very much, Katie. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
We continue to monitor the FY 2021 revenues and expenses and develop revenue projections for FY 22. We are maintaining the strict controls in our efforts to respond appropriately as we progress through FY 21 and prepare proposed capital and operating budgets for FY 22. We will incorporate the fiscal policy discussion at the last town council meeting into the development of in the proposed FY 22 budget documents. And please find attached the FY 22 budget action calendar. It's actually, it's a very positive thing that this is the time of year every year that we come out with these documents, but given the significant changes that we experienced with the COVID-19 situation, we actually are excited to get back into a more normal budget routine, hopefully. But we'll have to keep an eye on our revenues to see how we progress. I've attached that calendar for your review. There's a special town council workshop scheduled for October 29th, focused on fiscal policy relevant to the implementation of the town of Barnstable comprehensive wastewater management plan. So please, I know you all will know, but I encourage our public to watch and listen, and we will have accompanying information posted on our website and distributed as we progress with this very important comprehensive wastewater management plan. Mark Milne, Director of Finance, in coordination with the Barnstable's Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee, has taken under review the financial challenges associated with implementing our comprehensive wastewater management plan and our continued efforts to effectively communicate with our public. Our CFAC, that's our Comprehensive Financial Advisory Committee, has developed and would like to assist the town with the dissemination of information for the general public regarding the comprehensive water management plan. They have accumulated the attached list of questions. I provided this to you via email that are the most interest to them as property owners and taxpayers. We've taken this list of questions under review and are preparing responses to each of the questions. I've shared this list with the town council, and upon completion, we'll share the responses to CFAC and the town council for further review before public use. And we'll keep you advised of our progress on this effort. As a reminder, the town of Barnstable continues to follow the orders and directives of the governor, and we are moving into, I say we have, but it's actually on October 5th, phase 3, step 2 of the governor's 4-phase recovery plan. So as laid out, there aren't any more steps. Next step is phase 4. That's, I hope, positive news, and I hope in a safe manner we progress toward that. And a reminder, we're all required to adhere to proper social distancing, and if we cannot wear a face mask covering, we should make sure that we are separating from each other. The governor has updated his orders and directives, and I encourage everybody to go to the mass.gov COVID website or the town of Barnstable's website, where you can link in and look at these orders and directives for yourself. And you can take a look, especially at the most recent one, what changes have occurred. And, certainly if anybody wants to ask questions about that, we can certainly discuss it. My next communication is for individuals who have been unable to pay your rent or mortgage due to loss of income related to the this COVID-19 situation. And just to let you know, you may be eligible for emergency rental or mortgage assistance payments through the Workforce Housing Relief Fund administered by HAC, the Housing Assistance Corporation. The applications and additional information about the fund are available on the Housing Assistance Corp's website, and I've given the council the link to both the Workforce Housing Relief Fund and what it is, and then to HAC's website so that they might be able to access this. One item along these lines that I did not put into my town manager's report is that the town of Barnstable, at its Youth and Community Center, is offering a learning environment, a remote learning environment for students of the 6-7 school. And we're encouraging parents to consider having their kids work in that controlled environment with good Wi-Fi access, so that they can, during those hours of school, sit there and learn and collectively learn. It'll be a controlled environment with our staff. We're doing it in coordination with the school, specifically the 6-7. We have about, I believe we have, about 50 seats, and I think only one person at this time is signed up. So we do have assistance to be able to support people who want to go there financially. And so, anybody is welcome, but certainly if there are barriers, financial barriers to considering this, please reach out to us. Please talk with our staff. It's a great opportunity to have this controlled environment. So if you're at cohort A on Monday, Tuesday, there's an opportunity for for them to go on certainly the other days to this, and vice versa if you're in cohort B, or any of the cohorts, certainly. But I'm surprised that we haven't seen more people take advantage of this yet. It could be communication. It could be that they're not aware that we actually have funding to be able to provide this at no cost if you're eligible. And I just wanted to share that with everybody, trying to get more people taking advantage of a great program over at the HYCC. Town Council appointed the town manager as his representative of the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund Board. The full board met September 9th, and it has its next meeting on October 7th. That's a significant change here. They had canceled their meeting, I think it was on the 22nd, and they've rescheduled for October 7th at 4 p.m. to continue the discussion on adopting the draft regulations for distribution of these funds. And I give you a link to the to the website that is administered by the Cape Cod Commission relevant to this fund. These are significant dollars that will subsidize all the communities from the Cape and potentially the islands, if they choose to join in the future, for their comprehensive water management. That concludes the town manager's update for tonight. And I'm going to invite Laurel Schrader, a research scientist at Silent Spring Institute, to provide an update about 3 ongoing research studies that are focused on PFAS chemicals in the drinking water and potential health effects. But if you have any questions for me prior to Laurel coming up, more than happy to answer them. And I see Cheryl Othamos with us as well. So, but any questions for me, more than happy to answer them at this point.
Any councilors have a question of the town manager? Councilor Starr, please.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Ells. Thank you for your report.
Yes,
at our last town council meeting on September 17th, there was a consensus among the councilors that we should have a workshop about green communities. And there's been talk about setting it up for maybe the second week of November. I think it's important that we get professionals in, people who have experience with the stretch code, just to give us an overview of what it is. We haven't really had a clear overview of the whole program. So can we set a date in early November, or are you working toward that?
I will discuss with leadership and we'll come forward with a date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Starr. Any other councilors, questions of town manager? All right. Councilor Bogan, please.
Not a question, Mr. President, but I did want to echo support for Councilor Starr. I think, Mr. President, you were the one that suggested the workshop. I had been thinking along those lines as the discussion was occurring. So I endorse his suggestion that we work towards having that workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bogan. Thank you. Any others? Seeing no other questions of town manager, thank you very much for your report, town manager.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Laurel.
Thank you. Welcome, Laura, and welcome, Cheryl. How are you?
Doing very well. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. I have some slides. I'm not sure if Sarah, oh, they're there. Great. Well, first off, thank you very much, Mark, for giving me this time to speak tonight. And thanks for all that you've done over the years to support Silent Spring. And thanks to all the counselors here for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I appreciate this opportunity to provide some updates to all of you about 3 studies that Silent Spring currently has underway on PFAS health effects and exposure based on Cape Cod. And I'm reaching out to all of you to help for your help in getting the word out to the community. So some of you may already be quite familiar with PFAS, but I wanted to take a minute to provide a bit of background information. So PFAS are a family of man-made chemicals. They are extremely persistent. They essentially never break down in the environment. And so they're sometimes called forever chemicals. These are common in everyday consumer products. So think of Scotch-guarded carpets and furniture, Vortex jackets, Teflon pans, and many other waterproof, greaseproof, and stain-resistant products. Because of their extreme persistence and their unique chemical properties, some of them can accumulate for months to even years in our bodies. And some PFAS have been detected in over 99% of Americans that have been tested by the CDC. And this is concerning because exposures to PFAS have also been linked to a wide range of health effects. These include effects on the immune system, including decreased vaccine response in children, effects on the thyroid system and the liver, elevated cholesterol, certain types of cancers, and others. But there's still a lot that we still don't know about the broad family of PFAS chemicals and the ways and the levels of exposure associated with harmful effects. PFAS are also a major drinking water concern all across the country. It's been estimated that over 100 million Americans have PFAS in their drinking water. Despite this fact, the EPA still has not set any enforceable drinking water standards for PFAS in drinking water. They established a non-enforceable guideline for 2 PFAS chemicals back in 2016. Some states, though, are taking a more proactive approach and have set their own standards or guidelines that are stricter than what EPA has put forward. And Massachusetts was one of those states. In fact, just last Thursday, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection finalized their own standard that limits the amount of 6 PFAS chemicals in public water supplies all across the Commonwealth. And I wanted to commend the Hyannis water system and the town of Barnstable for all that you've done in addressing PFAS in the Hyannis water system, and other superintendents across Cape Cod that have also been rising to the challenge of these chemicals. So next slide. So although the water is now being treated in Hyannis to remove PFAS from the tap water, there are still concerns that there may be lingering health effects from past exposures. So one of the studies that's being led by Silent Spring Institute is called PFAS Reach. And one of the goals for our PFAS Reach study is to investigate potential links between early life PFAS exposures in children and possible effects on their immune system, in particular, decreased vaccine effectiveness. So we are currently enrolling preschool-age children in Hyannis and also up at the Pease Trade Port in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This is another area where the drinking water supply was affected by PFAS from firefighting foams. Families who take part in our study will be asked to bring their children to the Cape Cod Healthcare Lab to provide a blood and urine sample, and they'll fill out questionnaires about where they've lived and worked over time. And participants who take part in our study will receive up to $100 in gift certificates as our way of saying thanks. So if you'd like to learn more, I'm providing the link on the slide here. For this study, we're pleased to be partnering with Northeastern University and Michigan State as our research partners, and our community partners include Massachusetts Breast Cancer Coalition, and I wanted to acknowledge Cheryl Osimo, MBCC's executive director and lifelong town of Barnstable resident who's on the call tonight, Testing for Peas, and Community Action Works. The second study I wanted to provide an update about is the Massachusetts PFAS in Your Health study. This is one of 7 projects that is being funded by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. They're conducting a multi-site study of links between PFAS exposures from drinking water and health effects. So for our part of the study, we are recruiting 1,000 adults and 300 children in 2 communities in Massachusetts. So in Hyannis and in the town of Ayer. The Ayer is another community that had contamination of public drinking water wells due to firefighting foams. We anticipate around 2/3 of our participants will come from Hyannis and the other 1/3 will be Ayer residents. So for people who take part in this study, we will also be collecting a sample of blood and urine. These will be measured for PFAS and for a number of biological markers of health effects. We'll ask people to fill out questionnaires about where they've lived and worked and about their history of water consumption, and we'll collect medical history information as well. For the children who take part in our study, ages 4 to 17, we will also be administering some neurobehavioral testing, which is different types of learning and memory tests. And we're anticipating that we'll be able to start recruiting for this study sometime in early 2021. Silent Spring Institute is leading the Massachusetts study as part of this multi-site study, and we're partnering with the Harvard School of Public Health, Eastern Research Group, Massachusetts Breast Cancer Coalition, and people of Ayer concerned about the environment. And finally, I wanted to provide an update about the STEEP project. This is the Sources, Transport, Exposure, and Effects of PFAS. It's being led by University of Rhode Island in collaboration with researchers from Harvard School of Public Health and Silent Spring. And the partners that we are working with on Cape Cod include Massachusetts Breast Cancer Coalition and the Sierra Club Cape Cod Group. The STEEP study addresses a number of different facets of PFAS concerns, including environmental fate and transport, PFAS exposures, and PFAS health effects. And some of that work is occurring on Cape Cod. One of these components is a study of PFAS in private wells. We have a goal of testing PFAS in 250 private wells all across Cape Cod. The first round of our study, which we reported on last year, included 101 wells in 12 Cape Cod towns. Unfortunately, our study is currently on hold due to COVID-19 and social distancing, but we are still enrolling new participants, and there's a web link on the slide. And we hope to be able to go out again next year to resume this testing. We also are starting up a new monthly webinar series called PFAS in Your Community. This is taking the place of some of the in-person community events that we typically plan in the fall. And our goal for these monthly webinars is to bring together our scientists from the STEEP project with residents and community leaders all throughout Cape Cod to share information and concerns about PFAS in drinking water, consumer products, and share the latest information about PFAS health effects. So if you'd like to learn more about PFAS or about the work that we're doing, on the next slide, the PFAS Exchange is another component of our PFAS Reach study, and our PFAS Exchange website has fact sheets, resources for PFAS affected communities, and a tool for interpreting blood and water PFAS test results. And on the STEEP website, the STEEP site also has a number of fact sheets, tip cards, as well as research updates and news and events. So with that, I would like to thank you again for inviting me here tonight, and happy to take questions if there's time.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura, for that wonderful presentation. We have a couple of questions right off. It's Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sater.
Nice to see you again, Chris.
Thank you. I have your documents with me. And thank you for your good research. I do have a question. There are people in my precinct who are concerned about their well water, but when you have these tests across the Cape, are there thresholds so that you have a, how do I want to say, so that you spread out the tests throughout the Cape so that people who are interested in having their well water tested know not to stand in queue because, say, this area has already been full?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. So for the first 100 wells that we sampled, we were really pleased to have participants sign up from all throughout the Cape. And for our first round, we were able to accommodate all of the people who had signed up and who were available and in town on the days that we were out doing the sampling. And we do have, I think, already about 80 people or so in the queue who previously signed up. They've been patiently waiting. So that's a great question. You know, we haven't been at the point yet where we've had to maybe prioritize and say like, well, we're not going to sample all of the wells in this one area because, you know, we want to make sure we're spreading out the results. It just naturally, the distribution included many different areas of the Cape. But that might be something we need to consider in the next round. We may also decide to target certain areas. You know, fortunately, the results showed that 97% of the wells we tested did not exceed the new Massachusetts MCL. But there were a couple that had levels that would be considered above that standard or had some detections of other PFAS that are not in that standard. And so we might choose to do some more targeted recruitment in areas around there just to see, you know, the results can be very mixed. You might have neighbors that have very different results, but we might do some more targeted testing in those areas. That's something to figure out a little bit down the road, but great question.
Thank you. If I may follow up, so the best way for people who are interested to find you is how?
So the last slide had my email address, so you can certainly email me, or you can find out more information about the study on the STEEP website, and my contact information is on there, as well as the co-lead for the private well study, Allison McCann from University of Rhode Island.
So can this slide, can this presentation be available to the town on the town's website, please?
Sure. Absolutely.
Or a link to it? Thank you.
I'll leave that up to Sarah, but whatever way is easiest, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, I need to see the councilors who want to ask questions here. Thank you. Other councilors' questions of Laurel or also Cheryl? Any councilors? Okay, Cheryl, would you like to say a few words? You came on. Would you like to say a few words?
I'd just like to thank Laurel for her incredibly genius work that she's doing on these 3 national projects. Such a wonderful representative for all of us. And to Mark Ells, our town manager, and to you, Paul, and the entire town council for allowing us to come to you from time to time to update you. This is important work for our future, for our children and grandchildren. And thank you for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And we'll look forward to providing more frequent updates, especially as the ATSDR study gets underway and we are more actively recruiting participants for that study.
Well, thank you for working to protect us all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now can I talk?
Okay.
I see Councilor Shaughnessy may have had.
Talk now, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Shaughnessy, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say that regarding the on PFAS exchange, the study being done in Hyannis on the preschoolers, I did see on their website that there is a PDF flyer, and I'm wondering if that's something that Lynn Poyant could share on the town's social media, just to get the word out to everyone that, you know, the study is coming up if they would like their child to participate.
Yeah, I'll have Lynn work with Laurel on that.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Did Councilor Starr, did you have a question?
Can I talk?
No? Okay.
Am I allowed?
There's some little person who wants to talk.
She has plenty to say.
Oh,
Thank you.
Awesome.
Can I talk now?
Okay,
What can
well.
I say? Can I?
Lena is also an integral part of our team at Silent Spring Institute. We're
You might as well come in.
Thank you, Elena.
Laurel, can you put her on
Okay, you
screen?
you gotta come in. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, she doesn't want to come now?
No.
Okay. Well, tell her we all said good night.
All right, I will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay. So that concludes the town manager's communications, and we thank you for the fine presentations. I would ask Madam Vice President to please act on the minutes.
Yes, Mr. President, I make a motion that we move to accept the September 17th, 2020 meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, if you would take a roll call, please. This is to approve the minutes of our previous meeting.
Counselors, Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rep Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber.
Yes.
That's one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're going to go into the communications from elected officials, boards, committees, staff, commissions, reports, and correspondence and announcements. Any councilors? Councilor Levesque, please.
Thank you, President Hebert. I just wanted to officially announce tomorrow there is a farm to families food distribution. It's by the Mass Military. It's a partnership with the Mass Military Support Foundation, who received the grant and has delivered the food. It's hosted by the Cape Cod Community College. And it's volunteers from the Nicholas G. Exaros Foundation Family Table Collaborative, which is made up of the Cape Cod Culinary Incubator and the Cape Cod chapter of the American Culinary Federation. Harry Henry, Jenny Wheeler from the Faith Family Kitchen. This food is being distributed to feed needy families or any families all over Cape Cod. It's 1,050 boxes of food, fresh food, 35 pounds each box, and it will be delivered tomorrow. People can start getting in line at 9 a.m. And there will be a line, specific line within the circle at Cape Cod Community College. And people will drive through, and the box of goodies will be placed in their car or back seat, whatever they choose, and they can drive off from there. So we do expect a lot of people tomorrow. And again, 1,050 boxes. And those who are counting, it's about 17,000 pounds of food that will be given tomorrow. And then furthermore, it'll happen once a week moving forward. Not quite sure on the day yet, but it'll be the same day moving forward through the rest of October. So 5 different days of the 1,050 boxes each and every day. So yeah, it's a great program. Glad to be a part of it, and glad to have be part of a team that made it happen here in the town of Barnstable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Schnepp, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to announce an in-person event that's going to be happening in Marston's Mills on Saturday, October 10th, honoring Marston's Mills Revolutionary War patriots. And that's going to be happening at the Marston's Mills Cemetery on Route 149 at 10 o'clock. And my fellow town councilor, Matthew Levesque, will be singing the national anthem, I believe. And there will be some other notables, including our state reps, Will Crocker and Randy Hunt, as part of the ceremony. So again, that's 10 o'clock on the 10th.
Thank you very much for that announcement. Councilor Bogan, please. You're muted, Councilor. Councilor Bogan, you're muted.
My apologies. I had too light a touch on that one. A week from Saturday, October 10th, the Osterville Business and Professional Association will be holding its annual Fall Fest. Fingers crossed for good weather, and everyone come and practice appropriate social distancing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bogan. Okay, seeing no other communications, what I'd like to do for logistical purposes is we're going to take a break shortly before we get to the STRs. And I know we don't want to leave station, but what I'd like to do so that we can let the people go on the 2 items if we could, in old business, and we're going to withdraw those two with your permission, so that the folks who are concerned about the wells and in West Barnstable, they would have their answer early on here. If you don't mind, councilors, I'd like to look at and make this announcement. I move that the council vote to withdraw item number 2021-018, Falcon Road Conservation Restriction CPA item, so that it can be revised to reflect the need for advertisement of a public hearing for an appropriation and transfer, and renumbered and placed on a later agenda for a first read.
Second.
Second.
We have a first and second. Thank you. And if I may do the same on item, on the next item, I move that the council vote to withdraw item number 2021-019, Wakeby Road Conservation Restriction, CPA item, so that it can be revised to reflect the need for advertisement of a public hearing for an appropriation and transfer, and renumbered in place on a later agenda for a first read.
Point of order, I think we need to do a vote on them individually.
Okay, I would go with that. I have no problem with that. So we will do that accordingly. So this would be, we have a first and a second.
I think legal's trying to wave in, Mr. President.
Can you hear us all? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, you can, okay. Mr. President, you should ask for a motion. You need to do them separately.
Ask a motion, do them separately.
Yeah, ask if someone would make those motions that you just made, but do them one motion.
I'm happy to make the motion. Mr. President, I move the council vote to withdraw item number 2021-018, the Falcon Road Conservation Restriction CPA item, so that it can be revised to reflect the need for advertisement of a public hearing for an appropriation and transfer, and renumbered and placed on a later agenda for first read.
Second. We have a first, we have a second. Madam Clerk, this is a roll call vote. This is to approve that withdrawal.
Councilors Clark?
Yes.
Cullum?
Yes.
Dagwan?
Yes.
Rapcorsetti?
Yes.
Hebert?
Yes.
Levesque?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Schnepp?
Yes.
Shaughnessy?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Steinhilber?
Yes.
Bogan?
Yes.
12 yes.
Mr. President, I move the council vote to withdraw item number 2021-019, Wakeby Road Conservation Restriction CPA item, so that it can be revised to reflect the need for advertisement of a public hearing for an appropriation and transfer, and renumbered and placed on a later agenda for first read.
Second.
We have a first and we have a second. This is to approve the withdrawal of item number 2021-019. Madam Clerk, please.
Councilors Cullum?
Yes.
Dagwan? Dagwan?
Deborah?
Yes.
Yes.
Rapcorsetti?
Yes.
Hebert?
Yes.
Levesque?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Schnepp?
Yes.
Shaughnessy?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Steinhilber?
Yes.
Bogan?
Yes.
Clark?
Yes.
12 yes.
We have 12 yeses. Who are we missing? Was it 13?
Councilor Biedenbender resigned.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, so we have 3 new items for business, and I know that we have Attorney McLaughlin with us. I'm going to ask Attorney, should we look at those 3? Is this it's to a first reading, and then 2 is to refer. Is this a timely matter, or should we postpone till next meeting?
Mr. President, Charles McLaughlin, if I may, these are timely. Two of them can be acted on. The third is a first reading and refer to a public meeting, presumably at your next session.
So they are timely. So with the approval of the council, if we could take the new business, clean that up before we take a 10-minute break before we do the STR. Any objection? Okay, let's move on that immediately if we could. I'm going to ask Councilor Neary to read into the orders of the day, item number 2021-020.
You're muted, Paul.
Oh, Paul Neary, yeah.
Yes.
Paul, can you read? Paul, can you read into the record to item number 2021-020?
Okay, what page is that on, if I may ask?
That's on
26.
Thank you. Page 26.
All right, 26.
And point of order, Mr. President, our agenda is conflicted. The
Yes, this looks like it may be
first reading and referring to a second reading. On the page itself, it says it may be acted upon. So I believe it may be acted upon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So my agenda reads on page 26. Is this item number 2021-019?
It's on page 27.
Apparently, Paul, it's on 27. Page 27.
So this is new business. It may be acted upon. It's item number 2021-020.
Correct.
It's resolved the town manager petitioned Barnstable County pursuant to general laws, chapter 82, to abandon all its interest in Craigville Beach Road, and upon abandonment, the town of Barnstable, the town will continue to maintain the road as a public way, as written.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Charlie, do you want to speak on this?
Yes, very briefly, Mr. President, thank you. The purpose of these three articles, and my comments would be the same and the rationale would be the same. We, as you will recall, entered into an extensive host community agreement with Vineyard Wind to support their phase one project coming ashore at Covels and running up Craigville Beach Road and then out through various connecting roads and then up into Independence Park. In their research, Craigville Beach Road, along with many other roads in town, which will be the subject of future petitions in the relatively near future, are county-owned, dating back in many instances 70, 80, 90, 100 years ago. Craigville Beach Road, for its entire length, is one of these roads, and we need, in parallel, let me just back up for a moment, in parallel with the Vineyard Wind project, DPW will be starting this spring to install sewer lines while the road is opened by Vineyard Wind to install their own cable equipment underground. And the opportunity for us to take advantage with a parallel installation using the same design consultants to minimize adverse impacts and to coordinate as fully as we can. And finally, the advantage to the town, obviously, to have Vineyard Wind bear the cost of opening the trench closing it and repaving all in one action, if you will, would save the town, when we last looked at this, something in excess of $3 million. We need to, our share of the funds for this project will be state SRF funding, and we need to certify title to this route, and so too does Vineyard Wind have to certify to their lenders as the first phase of a more than $2 billion project that they have sufficient legal title to connect from Cobbles to Independence Park. It's critical to their financing and to their title examiners and their title insurance companies. So with that background, doing the necessary work to expedite all of this work is hoped to start in March of this coming year, certainly early April at the latest. And if you backdate from that effort commencing, we need very quickly to be assured that we have the sufficient authority to go ahead with this. The work necessary to research the title for the full length of Cobbles and make sure that those who are entitled to notice, including banks and everybody else who might have interest in abutting properties, is no small task, and it will be completed in a timely way in this calendar year. But to make sure that we have the immediate ability to go ahead and acquire the sufficient rights for our own use, so that we can certify title as we must on the SRF funds this year, and so that Vineyard Wind can certify their title. We're approaching this in parallel phases legally. The first step is to ask the county, who's been very cooperative on this and understands the issues, asking the county to grant us being the town, an easement for all purposes for which ways are used in the town. That with that recording, we will have sufficient legal title to be able to certify to the state, and Vineyard Wind will be able to certify to their lenders sufficient title to in Craigville Beach Road. The second phase of that project will take a little bit longer to complete the title work and to have the county formally abandon their interest in Cobbles, into Craigville Beach Road, and that again will be done this year. The county has been very cooperative and will move along very quickly with that, and they will, after advertising and notice and so forth, we will be doing all the legwork on that. They're not set up to do this, so our office, in conjunction with outside assistance, will be moving quickly through that title certification, et cetera, and the process to provide the notice, the actual notice required to facilitate this county abandonment. And the final aspect of it is, in the county vote, we need to certify that we will continue to maintain the road as a public way, so that when this county process, this abandonment process is done, the result of the county abandonment by law is that the town will assume title to the extent that the county had title, in this case, most of it, if not all of it, in the form of an easement that will accrue to us, and we'll have rights and obligations with regard to maintenance obligations going forward. So that's the overall picture. Again, 2 phases for Craigville Beach Road. And then the third element I'll talk to when you get to it, and that's the granting of the easement to Vineyard Wind.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Attorney Coughlin. So what we want to do, McLaughlin, I'm sorry. Chris, Councilor Clark, you had a question?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Councilor President Hebert. And thank you, Attorney McLaughlin, for the justification for this. I would like to point out that on page 26, it says that
Oh dear. Okay, you froze up, Council. You froze up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were saying something about page 26?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. Page 26 says that this item may be acted upon, but on page 3, under new business, this item does not say that. And
Correct.
the first 3 pages, pages 1, 2, 3, are what is posted under official agendas. The rest of our agenda is not posted under the town clerk's official agendas. So I'm wondering if that is appropriate for us to move under acting upon today.
Thank you very much for that observation, Councilor Clark. But Madam Vice President made reference to that. So I want to point out to the council that indeed on the index title page 3, it does say that it's a first reading, and that these are resolves, they're not orders. Can we have some enlightenment from legal on this before we proceed?
Yes, certainly the resolves on items 020021 track what we did a couple of sessions ago with respect to a section of county road on Finney's Lane, county-owned road, a county-owned easement on Finney's Lane. And so as printed I'm looking at 020 on the new business on page 3 and 021. That is incorrectly stated as I'm looking at it. Refer to a second reading. The first two, 020021, were could be acted on tonight. I think out of an abundance of caution, because the implications of these actions are, when we go back down into the actual text that's before you on a potential vote, I think that is correct, but one could read this incorrect advertising as not alerting the public that there might be a vote tonight. So I think out of an abundance of caution, why don't we move on to 022 and we will repost 020021 for action on October 15th.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes. I think that's the wise decision there. So, actually, all 3 of these.
022.
Yeah, that says first reading. Refer to a second reading on the 15th. Also, all 3, right?
022 is correctly posted on page 3. That is a 2-reading action. The other 2 resolves that could be acted upon tonight, but 022 is correctly indicated as a first reading with a public hearing, second reading and public hearing on the 15th.
But again, on page 29, it says may be acted upon. So I think we should treat all 3 of them as a first read and moving it to the October 15th meeting.
And they should all be listed, I think, as orders.
Okay. So is that going to be changed on the 15th? Is it going to read orders, or is it going to stay as resolved?
I think we could change it to order for the 15th.
Okay. Will that change our efforts right now? Can we move to send them for a second reading on October 15th, all 3?
I would suggest that the first 2, even as quote-unquote orders, and I concur with my esteemed leader that we should call this an order, but 020021 a 1 read only. So just refer those to, continue those to the 15th for action at that time. For 022, that is a requirement that it proceed to a first read tonight and a public hearing and potential action on the 15th on a second read.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that we take item 2021-020 and refer it to a second reading on October 15th, 2020.
Can I just ask, sorry, it's a little awkward with all the Zoom, but Charlie, if it needs a public hearing, is it going to be advertised in time since it's the first today?
We'll take a look at that, Karen.
Okay.
So what's the pleasure of the attorney? Should we refer or withdraw all these items and have you re-advertise them? Or the first two and then you're saying 022 is okay to be referred to a second reading?
That is correct, and we'll make sure that any advertising that's required will take place in advance. If we can't meet those deadlines, we'll have to move it over to another date. But let's move it on to the 15th on the assumption that we can go ahead with it on the 15th. Yes, please. Yep.
So, Mr. President,
the first two do not require public hearings. It simply resolves to petition the county.
okay.
That's correct.
My motion stands.
So
Second.
we have a first and a second. Thank you very much, councilors. So we have a first and a second on item number 2021-020 to move the item to a second reading on 10/15/2020, correct? This is to approve this motion. Madam Clerk, please. Roll call.
Councilors, Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I move that we vote to continue to a second reading item 2021-021.
Second.
We have a first, we have a second. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, this is to approve moving to a second reading, item number 2021-021. Thank you.
Councilors, Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you very much. It's
Mr.
approved.
President, I make a motion that we move to a second reading on 10/15/2020, item 2021-022.
Second.
We have a first, we have a second. Thank you. Madam Clerk, a roll call to approve referring to a second reading, item number 2021-022, please.
Councilors, Rapcorsetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you very much. Councilors, it's 10 minutes of 10. Can we take a 6 or 7 minute break and then start right up on the SDR? Unless I think we should take a 5-minute break, at least. Okay? All right. Sarah, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, please.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you so much. Please, councilors, try to come back as soon as you can so we start on time. Thank you. Coming right back, appreciate it. What we'd like to do is, the only other item besides the ordinance tonight is the zoning item number 2020-193. And if it's okay with you, councilors, let's read that in and refer it to a hearing.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we refer the public hearing to 10/15/2020 on item 2020-193, order amending chapter 240 zoning, article 2, section 7, adding certain provisions pertaining to short-term rental.
Thank you very much. We have a first and a second. So, Madam Clerk, this is to approve referring to a public hearing, item number 2020-193, please.
Councilors, Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti.
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilors, I'm going to ask now, please, Councilor Schnepp to read into the orders of the day, item number 2020-192, please.
This is an item of old business may be acted upon with a roll call majority. Item number 2020-192, order amending the general ordinances by adding chapter 190 short-term rental properties and amending chapter 170 rental properties.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Councilors, we're going to open for conversation and discussion on this item. I would ask Attorney Nober to help us to clarify. First part of this is to finish an amendment which was left open that had been offered by Councilor Cullum.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first, I just wanted to explain, and it was a little confusing at the last meeting, and I apologize for that. And I think Charlie did a good job at the last meeting explaining the vote that should have occurred, but somehow only half of it actually did occur. So at the last meeting, Councilor Cullum made a motion regarding a 3-night minimum. And then there was a second motion, I believe by Councilor Levesque, to then remove that 3-night minimum if the owner was present on the premises during the rental. The council then voted on that second motion to amend and approved that, but then needs to take another vote to approve Councilor Cullum's motion as amended by that amendment. So that's the vote that didn't take place at the last meeting, and so that would need to happen tonight. The other item that I wanted to talk about, purely procedural, is that in Town Council Rule 6, it says that we follow Mason's rules. We use Mason's rules as guidance for parliamentary procedure. Mason's rules says a couple of things. One rule says that a motion to amend can be amended, but only once. It also says that an amendment, once it's been approved, can no longer be amended. Now, I know that there are a number of amendments that folks may want to propose tonight that wouldn't necessarily comply with those rules. So in that case, the council can vote to suspend those rules if in fact you want to have that discussion and allow those further motions to amend. So the way to do that, I think, would be if one of those situations comes up, the counselor who wants to make a motion that would otherwise be prohibited should say, I'd like to make a motion to do the following. I'm asking that the rule be suspended to allow me to make that motion. And then the president, as presiding officer, can do this by unanimous consent. He can ask if there's any objection. If there are no objections, then the rule is suspended, and he can announce that. If there are objections, then you should take a vote on whether to suspend the rules to allow that motion to be made. I don't know if that was clear. Councilor Bogan, you're mute. Oh, you're not muted.
Councilor Bogan, please.
Thank you, Attorney Nover and President Heber. And I guess this is directed to both of you and to some extent, Councilor Cullen, because she's the one that has the motion on the table. And I guess I have a question and then an observation. I think the most contentious issue is this issue, the number of nights, et cetera. And I am influenced by what we heard from one of the speakers during public comment last time, as well as those this evening with regard to the desirability of a 2-night rental. So I have an idea that I think would get us closer, but I don't know procedurally how is the best way to deal with that. I mean, should I say what the idea is and then we can discuss it, or do I ask to suspend the rules so that we can discuss it?
I think you can say what it is you would like to discuss so that informs whether folks would like to suspend the rules for that motion.
Thank you. Is that acceptable, Mr. President?
It is, and I think it's also helpful because this would inform Councilor Cullum of what the intent is, and that might guide if she chooses to withdraw the motion, being easier, or we have to suspend the rules. So,
and if you are suspending the rules, I will give you what the rules are that you're suspending, just so that the public understands.
Okay, thank you. And this is in the category of what Councilor Schnepp suggested earlier, which is the best result is probably one that doesn't make everyone happy. But I did, as I said, listen to the comments regarding, and we are talking in this instance, the non-owner occupied short-term rental. I'm not discussing at all the owner provisions. I would let those remain as they currently are.
And Councilor Brogan, it's not owner occupied, it's the owner present on premises during the rental.
Very good. Sorry, poor metaphor. Thank you. But what we currently have is a 3-night minimum for that category of owner. And what I heard tonight was perhaps it's desirable to have 2 nights. And yet we've certainly heard via letters or public comment over the last few months, people having concerns and wanting something on the order of 7 nights. And it seems to me that part of our dilemma and the challenge has been the desire to have a one-size-fits-all approach. So what I would suggest we consider is, what if we said in the peak period, and we can define that as we want, say between June 1st and October 15th, we have a 7-night minimum. And the reason I picked 7 nights is because that's what the Cape and Island Realtors suggested was the traditional rental in the town of Barnstable. During the other period, from October 1st through June 1st, You can do 2 nights. But because we know that people are concerned about this continuing endless series of people coming in and out, we put a cap on the number of times you can do that. So you can either say it's a total number of days or it's a total number of instances. I had come up with 120 days or a total of 40 rentals during the calendar year. But that's my idea as a way to kind of thread the needle and satisfy what I think are the various interests.
Thank you, Councilor Bogan. So open that up for discussion. Other councilors. Councilor Cullum, please.
For some reason I couldn't unmute. So thanks for the contribution. I guess I'd be willing to hear if there's other motions out there for amendments that might, start some conversation as well.
Thank you. Councilor Steinhilber.
Yeah, I guess I'll go back to a big part of the discussion last time was we did have this discussion about in season, out of season, but I feel pretty strongly about not basically putting up a block for families to come down for the weekend in the summer. If you put a 7-night minimum on that, a lot of families just won't be able to come down for a weekend with their kids, and I'm not comfortable setting up a situation in town where we're doing that. So perhaps another way to thread the needle, as Councilor Bogan put it, would be to do a 2-night minimum, but then also to cap the number of leases in a 7-day period to 2. So in that regard, you're not eliminating families coming down on the weekends. You're satisfying the requests that we've had since the last meeting to go down to a 2-night minimum, but you're also eliminating that weekly churn, if you will, that a lot of folks are concerned about if they live, next door to a property. So you could do a combination of things. You could do 2 nights and 2 nights, and then, the place is empty for 3 nights. You could do 7 nights with just one person coming in. You could do 4 and 3. You could do all different combinations, but it's only possible at most to have 2 separate parties come into that rental in a week's time. So I would suggest something along those lines.
Thank you, Councilor. Other comments on Councilor
Just,
Bogan?
if I may, just a question for Councilor Steinhilber, because I hadn't thought in those terms. Would you couple that, because we are talking not the owner-occupied scenario, you said a cap of 2 per week. Would you consider also a maximum cap on the number of times you could do it during the calendar year? I'm less concerned about, I think I can live with your idea during the peak season, but I'm wondering about the period then, say from October 15th through June 1st. Or do you say no, the same 2 per week is the cap?
Well, I think the churn issue is going to be the same whether it's July or December, right? You don't want different people coming in during the week. So I also don't want to make this overly complicated for people to figure out.
Agreed.
So 2 and 2, 2-night minimum, 2 lease max in a 7-day period.
Yeah,
something along those lines.
Madam Vice President, please.
Thank you. To that, how do you propose that that's regulated? How is that going to be enforced? How are we going to know that someone has only leased their property twice in a 7-day period, if that's the maximum, if that's what gets chosen?
If I may, Mr. President, through you to respond to the Vice President, one of the other amendments that I have goes to, I forgot the category, but I think it's somewhere around subparagraph 12 with regard to the records. Yeah, it's 11, keeping of the register. And that already requires that there be retention of records identifying who the leaseholder is, the total number of occupants, the dates of occupancy, and then I have that's already in the proposal. And then I was adding, I was going to propose and will propose that we add the maximum fee charge or the fees charged for that rental. And the reason for doing that was you don't want someone to say, oh, sure, I'll give you a 2-night rental. But when you look at what they actually charge, any number of times they discounted it so that it was really only a 1-night thing. So those provisions are already in the proposal. I was only proposing that we add the fees charge.
Thank you. Councilor Cullen, did you have a comment right now? Councilor Cullen?
No, I'm happy with the discussion as it's progressing. I think that, one thing, actually I do, one thing that I would say is that mostly this is going to be complaint driven, as everything else is that we do. So that's really the enforcement piece, along with what Councillor Bogan suggested with the journal.
Thank you, Councilor Cullen. Councilor Clark, please.
Thank you very much, Council President Hebert. Through you, I was wondering if we could have some feedback from Commissioner Florence on how this would look at his end for enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilor O'Shaughnessy, please.
Thank you, President Hebert. I suppose while we're discussing open motion that was left on the floor at the last meeting, and since we are just discussing, my feeling is that the item should be continued. And I want to provide rationale for that. The first of which being that since the pandemic hit, there has been a public demand for us to wait, for us to tap the brakes, so that there could be more meaningful opportunity to be heard, and also that opportunity to happen in person. Furthermore, when we took this back up in the spring, when we resumed on Zoom, part of our thought then was that if we don't have something in place by the fall, we're going to have a problem with people, and I think we heard it expressed tonight, who are already taking bookings for 2021. And where it was continued because there was so much comment on it, and where it's now we're into October, I wonder, at this stage of the game, how many people would be affected who already have bookings. Third, when we did have our marathon session where many of the amendments were made, I think not only was it a late hour, not only for the public to stick around to be filled in on what was happening, but for us as a council, it was very late and very challenging, I think, even for some of us to keep up with the various amendments. And I think furthermore, up until today, we continued to get information from residents, which I think merit reconsideration of various items, including whether or not an owner is present or not present, whether or not the owner operators are local or absentee. We still have concerns raised with regard to parking and trash, the maximum number of registrations we're going to allow. And we've already seen, just based out of our last meeting, a rush of people to register to try to take up those slots. Tonight there were considerations raised in regard to in-season versus off-season. There were issues brought up with regard to the Fair Housing Act and accessory dwelling units, as well as management by off-Cape agencies. I think also tonight we heard a different diversity to the voices, and we have heard some, but we definitely heard from folks that whether we knew it or not could have been affected fairly deeply and really had a disparate financial impact on people who are reliant on this for affordability of their housing and income, which we know is an issue. Furthermore, at the moment, we are experiencing a crazy little market bubble. And I guess lastly, once again, we're in a time crunch where we're not beginning this discussion until after 10 p.m. So I don't know if that motion would be received favorably. I don't know if it would have a second, but before proposing it, I did at least want to put what my rationale would be for that.
Thank you, Councilor Shaughnessy. And I think the issue becomes, I think there's no way that we're going to vote tonight. And so the continuation is open, is a good decision to do. I guess my other question would be is how many times we want to continue it, but that we were going to vote tonight, and I'm in total agreement with you. We got to get to the point that we start this. You know, I've been asked to keep up with the agenda, but your point is well taken, and it would be great to have maybe we should have another meeting that just deals the SDR. It doesn't deal with communications and reports and anything else. We just deal with the SDR. Point well taken, Councilor, and I appreciate it. Councilor Bogan, I think you had your hand up.
I did, Mr. President. I am influenced by the comments of people who do want to get it done. I think that there are many among us who are suffering from STR fatigue. That said, I think Councilor Shaughnessy's suggestion has some merit. For example, Councilor Steinhilber's suggestion, I do want to digest that. I'm not so sure that I disagree with that it's a bad idea, but I just want to think that through. And it could be that I come back and say, you know what, yeah, I think that does work given everything. But I also agree with Councilor Shaughnessy. We heard one of the speakers tonight talk about whether there were certain provisions that were legal. We got correspondence today from Mr. Castle that seemed to suggest there were some inconsistencies or some open issues that had not been thought through. In fairness to everyone, as Councilor Shaughnessy said, the last time it did get to be a late hour. I'm glad we took the additional time because when you actually went back and looked at what we did, I think it was a large step forward, but it still had some gaps that needed to be filled in. So I think her proposal does have some merit, notwithstanding the desire of everyone, including myself, to get it done.
Councilor Snett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask Councilor Shaughnessy what she has in mind in terms of continuing? In terms of, do we want to complete this within the next month or so, or are we looking at continuing this till the spring? I mean, I think that some of the comments that we heard tonight, there are, issues that are not resolved. Ms. Lombard brought up some concerns that if we continue to have an unregulated short-term rental market, we have less tools for enforcing this. You brought up the point that people are already starting to do rentals for 2021. How much do we want to delay our short-term rental regulatory infrastructure so that, again, there's a lot of uncertainty going into 2021. So I can understand and I appreciate that starting this deliberation after 10 o'clock is not a wise idea. And, it sits early on the agenda. And I think that's when we should be dealing with it because I think there is fatigue for the item and for the evening. So I can understand continuing it maybe for another meeting or so, but I really think that we have a lot of momentum here. We have had a lot of public input and it keeps on coming. But I think that at some point, as a legislative body, we need to put something, in place, knowing that we can change it. Again, I think some of the ideas that have been brought up even tonight are worth thinking about. But at some point, I think we need to make a decision. So again, this is a long way to ask the question of what you had in mind when you wanted to continue this matter.
Okay, so unless Councilor Shaughnessy wants to answer that right now, I would go with Councilor Dagwan, followed by Councilor Steinhilber, please. Councilor Dagwan?
Yes, I agree. I think we need to move forward on this. And I think that we should put something in place within the next month or so, because I think the sooner we put something in place, we have a chance to assess how things are working. And that's one of the things, we've been talking about is, these are some changes. We do want to look at what's working and what's not. We need to probably consider, some kind of a cap because we're seeing that these spaces are filling up real quickly. But at the same time, I feel just personally, I'd like to have some time to digest some of these ideas, some of these new ones that have just brought up tonight. I like Councilor Bogan's idea and the combination of him and Councilor Hilberg put together, and some of the things that were said tonight. So I don't want to prolong this, well, 3 or 4 months out. I think we heard a lot tonight. We got some different angles that people brought forth, and I'm interested in getting some legal feedback on some of these issues. And but I'm all for us moving forward, not prolonging this, to the first of the year and so on and so forth. So that's just my my opinion, and I do want to have some time to digest some of this. So I wouldn't be willing to vote on anything tonight, but I'd say within the next month or so, we need to wrap this up and put something out there that we can assess for the next year or so.
Thank you, Councilor Steinhilber, please.
Yeah, obviously we've been talking about this for a year and a half already, but so I'm just going to formally make my motion that we add a 2-night minimum with a 2 lease maximum in a 7-day period.
Second.
Are we suspending the rules on that?
As point of order, doesn't Jen have to withdraw her original that's open?
Yes, I think that's the easiest. Correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Nober, but if Councilor Cullum, if you would withdraw your amendment for 3 nights.
I'd like to withdraw my amendment for 3 nights. 3-night minimum stay.
Do we need a second on that?
Councilor Lebec has to withdraw a second.
You also need to just ask council if there's any objection to that.
Are there any objections from any councilor to Councilor Cullum withdrawing her motion and Councilor Lebec the second?
Actually, I think Councilor Steinhilber was the second.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, I'll withdraw my second on Councilor Cullum's 3-night motion.
Thank you very much. Do we need to take a vote on that, or is it consensus?
No, if there's no objection, then the motion can be withdrawn.
Thank you. So there's no objection. The motion is withdrawn. I don't see any objection. Councilor Starr?
You muted.
Councilor Starr, you're muted. Councilor Starr, you're muted. Councilor Starr, you're muted.
Okay, there we go. Take me a minute. I think part of the problem we're having here is that Mr. Bogan started with the discussion and asked other people if they had other ideas about length of stay and different times of year. I think that's where we need to go for. I think we need to continue the discussion. Once we start locking ourselves into amendments, then we lose the discussion. I would like to hear other people's opinions about length of stay before we started locking ourselves into. I'm in no hurry to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Starr.
For a point of order, Mr. President, there is a motion on the table, and that's the motion that needs to be discussed.
No, I don't think there is a motion.
Yes, there is.
Eric did.
Motion, it was seconded.
Made a motion. Yeah.
But that couldn't be done until Jen removed hers.
Yeah, Cullum just withdrew her motion, so Councilor Steinhilber, you should make your motion now.
So.
All right, I'll restate the motion.
No, wait. So
add a 2-night minimum with a 2 lease maximum per 7-day period.
Second.
All right. So now we're going to have a discussion on that. That's what you wanted, Councilor Starr, right? Is a discussion on that motion. Is that correct?
We can discuss. Okay.
So, Councilor Bogan, please.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate Councilor Steinhilber's wanting to get this over with. As I said, so do I. But with all due respect, not everyone on the council has been talking about it for a year and a half. You have 4 new councilors who only assumed office less than a year ago. And I do think that this discussion is healthy. I'm not looking, and I don't think anyone is consistent with what Councilor Dagwan said, is looking to drag this out infinitesimally long. Because I do believe, as Councilor Schnepp said, there are implications in as much as the market is concerned and people who are engaged in the activity. But I think Councilor Shaughnessy raised a lot of valid points as to why we need to take a closer look at that and engage in the type of discussion that Councilor Starr is suggesting.
Thank you, Councilor. And again, I do agree that Councilor Shaughnessy brought in some wonderful ideas. May I just throw this out? Are there other proposals, amendments that look at the whole STR that might affect how we view Councilor Steinhilber's motion that's on the floor right now? Councilor Bogan, please.
If I understand your question, Mr. President, I don't think so. I had several other amendments, but I would put them in the category of what I would call tweaks. I don't think they go to this issue, which, as I said at the very beginning, I think this is kind of like the central issue in dispute. So there are other amendments, but I don't think they are going to be nearly as controversial, for lack of a better word.
Thank you. And just to kind of clarify what I'm thinking here is, what's the big issue with a 2-night stay when there's a family that Councilor Steinhilber is often referred to, which makes a lot of sense, that can just get away for two nights. That's the maximum they can do by their schedule and affordability. Makes a lot of sense. What is the fear of the neighborhood? The fear of the neighborhood is that the 2-night stay is going to be for the fraternity party, the wedding party, the whatever's going to go on is going to create a party. And I do believe that we're trying to look at some kind of regulation that says, as I've brought up, when I go to my condo, I can have 1 guest per person there. So if the family of 4 goes, they can each have a guest. There's 8 people. And I'm not allowed, even though I own 152 of that unit, I can't have a party there. I'm told that. But I'm just wondering how people feel if there's anything else that's going to come to the table that you're going to say, okay, the 2 nights is not such a problem. Just throwing that out. Councilor Starr, please.
So my question might be to Elizabeth Jenkins if she's around. And Ms. Rapgrassetti's comment about how are we going to enforce this? So my question is, what information do we get from the state? How granular is it? How specific is it to length of stay? Is it just a number, a financial number at the end of the week, how much they collected? Or if Mr. Bogan wants to put that in, that we should ask them to include the information about how much money they collected from their renters. Do we have to go out to the owners and ask for that information every year? And is it self-reporting? So that's my question. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So does Ms. Jenkins want to reply to that, or Assistant Town Manager?
Good evening, councilors. Elizabeth Jenkins, Director of Planning and Development. Good to see everyone tonight. The information that we get from the Department of Revenue does not contain data at that granular level. It contains information on the operator, the location of the short-term rental, okay. But gives no, but gives no information regarding length of stay or number of bookings. In fact, that's been one of the data challenges, that it's very hard to know when we get a property that's registered with the DOR as a short-term rental, if they're doing that for a short period of time or and have stopped doing that, or if it's something that's continually happening. So it would have to, the enforcement would have to happen on a local level. Again, probably again through a complaint-based process. But I certainly defer to Commissioner Florence on what the actual mechanisms for enforcement locally that we might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Florence, did you want to respond to this?
No, unless there's a specific question about enforcement.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Neary? Councilor Neary?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to say, I appreciate all the vetting that this has gone through. It certainly has been thorough, deep in the whole bit. I met a man from Maine once, and he had a little saying that stuck with me for quite a while. And when I'd ask him a question about something that he was unfamiliar with, he would say, well, let me tell you, hard telling, not knowing. And I think through this whole process, from the council perspective, from the town's perspective, we are making assumptions. And these assumptions, unfortunately, are not based wholly in fact. These assumptions come from specific instances. These assumptions come from experiences that really, some have occurred in our town and some have occurred nationwide, and some have, who knows? They come from all different directions. I am appreciative of the efforts that all of the people who've spoken out in town and all of the town councilors and frankly, between the council, between the town staff, I am sure I'm remiss to put a number on the effort involved in total hours on this one specific subject to be less than thousands. It's in the thousands. But ultimately, we don't have the data. When you rent your place, this doesn't occur on a weekly basis the week before. It occurs months and months before, especially when we're talking about a limited season that we have on Cape Cod. People rent places, if we're talking about week minimum stays, they're renting arguably 12 months in advance, 8 months in advance, 9 months in advance. And without, notwithstanding all the effort that's been put in, but we're now at a juncture where we're going to be putting people under duress going forward. These are vacation rentals. These are properties that people, want to enjoy, want to come to the Cape and enjoy. I voted in the affirmative to push article number 193 off until next week or next meeting. I'd like to make a motion to put that article off until September. Let me give you a date. September of before the elections next year. How about September 16th, 2021? That would be my motion. And the rationale behind it is that let's get some ordinances in place. We've done the work. We've worked really hard on it. And we've had public comment. Let's put the secondary vote, the 193 off until 2021. We'll have a year's worth of data. And then we can make an intelligent decision on what to do. My personal opinion was 3-day minimum stays. There's been a lot of push for 2s. Somebody else can figure out if 2 days is the number, figure out maybe a maximum number of rentals. My preferred thing would be to keep it in prime season and then open up those properties for people that are teachers, that are kids in school, that are workers on the Cape, that can have a place that's reasonable to live during the off season until the new season starts. But if I could get a second on a motion to put off 193, if this is possible, maybe legal needs to chime in on this until a date certain, September 16th, looks like a town council meeting, 2021, that puts the regulations out there. We'll have data. We can revisit this thing. It will force us to revisit it. And then we can make some intelligent decisions on what occurred, what is actually happening in the town. We'll have the numbers in terms of how many people have signed up for this thing. And we can, frankly, move on with this issue.
Councilor
I don't know if I have a second.
Councilor, the motion that you need to make is a motion to reconsider the vote that was previously taken tonight. And then if that passes, then you can make the motion and say.
Thank you, Attorney Nover. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
Mr. President.
We have a motion. We have a motion on the floor right now from Councilor Steinhilber, seconded.
Thank you.
Okay, so we need to deal with this motion.
I apologize. You're correct.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Thank you. Your thought is great, but and Councilor Cullum, please.
I can answer the hours put into this. Those of us on the committee put 88 hours in. Just the sitting councilors on the committee. Never mind the staff. It is irresponsible to walk away without voting. I don't know what to say. We were charged with a task. We did the work. We listened to public comment. Paula was an awesome chair. Sorry, Councilor Schnepp was an awesome chair. We have been the recipient of copious letters, emails. We've weighed in. We've all individually weighed in. Yes, there are new councilors. It's incumbent upon the new councilors to do the work and get caught up with committee work if it's a big issue. Another thing, if we start, this is like the third or fourth time we started at 10 o'clock on this issue. Why are we not taking this issue up immediately or having a special meeting on it so we can get somewhere? I am so frustrated with it. I'm frustrated with this process. I don't want to put off the zoning ordinance because we're not defensible if all we have is a general ordinance. We need the zoning ordinance to go hand in hand. We can change things if it doesn't work, but the councilors and the staff and the people who have contributed to the process deserve a vote. And it's really frustrating that we just keep pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is not a defense. It was understood that it would come out of committee and that at this level, the councilors would have their say on the details. It was a good, from the subcommittee, a good, a lot of wonderful work. But I think everybody knew from the get-go that it would end up in this situation. And again, we have a motion on the floor, and I am not opposed to having another meeting at any time you want, and it would only be for the SDR. But I think that I don't think anybody can argue the fact that things kind of keep changing, and there's new amendments yet, I think, to come on the floor that haven't even come yet. So,
but respectfully,
yes,
we need to commit to voting on the issue. We got to draw a line in the sand. There's going to be data coming in forever. We need to choose a stand here. We really do. And if we push it off and push it off and push it off and push it off, we're just kicking the can down the road. We're never going to have the data we need.
Thank you.
Draw the line in the sand.
Thank you. Councilor Steinhilber, please.
Yeah, I also just want to reiterate, there's a couple observations. So we've been talking already for 45 minutes and really haven't got anywhere. So that's on all of us. We just, 45 minutes have just gone by of chatter. Two, this is not something that we're carving in stone and then encasing in 10 inches of bulletproof glass here. This can easily be changed. So you are never going to have it perfect. You are never going to make everyone happy. And the longer you wait and wait, more comments, more letters, more data, and you will never get to a point where you're going to have something that's perfect. That's why we have the form of government we do. We can change things in a couple of meetings. And we have talked about this, even the new councilors, for almost a year. That's a long time. We spend about $200 million in about a month and don't bat an eyelash. There are so many more things more important for us to be talking about than this. And for all the time we put into this for a year and a half, and the stuff that we've put off, like talking about sewer financing for a year, that's embarrassing. We need to get on to the important stuff. And this does not rank up in the top. So you want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, then we'll just keep talking about this every 2 weeks. But I really think we need to get this moving. And if down the road we need to tweak it, need to change some things, we can do that. And I appreciate everyone's input, but enough is enough.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors? Councillor Dagwan, then Councillor Clark.
Fact, I think it's important. Councillor Starr said, we want discussion. And I was hoping that this was what it was going to be about tonight. We were going to be able to discuss things. And if we were going to, just come in here and just wrap it up and vote on what we already have, I wasn't quite ready for that, unless we had some discussion over it. And unfortunately, we're late into the night discussing the issue, and that's probably not the best time. But perhaps we can, come to some agreement on, because I feel we do. I feel myself personally, I'd like a little more time to discuss some of the issues that came up tonight, and that may mean, us having setting aside some time at our next meeting, or another. I don't know how we can find another time for a special meeting, but this is important. Just by the number of citizens that have come in and spoke up about this, by the number of people who are all of a sudden are signing up. Somebody mentioned earlier about the rush they noticed that people are all of a sudden signing up for these kinds of things. I'm concerned about citizens. I mean, I'm concerned about that because we may find that we have people that are out of town that are taking up all those slots. And Barnstable residents are not getting the opportunity to do that. So we do need to make some movement on this. But it sounds to me like we just need to give it a lot of more time in terms of discussion, and coming to a better consensus on and some of the things that have been thrown out tonight. I think we're good. But I was ready to discuss some of those. We just kind of said, okay, let's not discuss it any further, and let's throw out a few more amendments. So that's the concern I have. I'm a little frustrated with it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dagwan. Then Councillor Clark, and then Madam Vice President.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. I do appreciate the perspective of my fellow councillors, and I do think that we are approaching a better document. But I also am sensitive to the fact that we are doing the people's business here, approaching 10 minutes before 11. And perhaps it would be wise to dedicate a meeting just to nail this down. I myself have an amendment worth proposing when we get to that part. But I don't think that is wise to do public's business this late into the day. So I would support deferring this to another meeting soon, not kicking the can too far down the road, but so that we can polish up this soon, within a month or so, and dedicate a good part of the day without it being so close to the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Vice President.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we vote on the amendment on the table.
Okay, this would be very interesting. So.
You need a second?
We already have a second on the motion. So, okay. So that was the second that we should take a vote on the motion on the floor. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, because time has elapsed.
Can you restate the motion?
Yes, we're going to definitely restate the motion. Was it Councilor Steinhilber? Please.
Oh, the Vice President made a motion to vote on the amendment. Are you talking about the amendment?
Okay. We're talking about the amendment. So this is a
proposed
vote.
amendment was to add a 2-night minimum stay and a 2 lease maximum in a 7-day period.
Okay, and that was seconded by Councilor Cullen.
I believe so.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, is that clear to you?
Excuse me, point of order. Are we voting to move the question, or are we voting on the motion?
I think we're voting on the motion.
It was a motion to vote on the amendment on the table.
And that was seconded. So that's what we're voting on right now is to.
Yes.
On the motion.
On the motion to vote on the motion, right?
Correct.
On the amendment, we're voting on the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment. Is that good, Madam Vice President?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's a minimum of a 2-night stay with 2 rentals in a 1-week period, 7-day period, correct?
Correct.
Correct, thank you very much. So, Madam President, this is a roll call vote, please. And Madam Clerk.
Councilors, Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
Pass.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
No.
Starr,
No.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan, Bogan,
No.
Clark,
No.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
No.
Rep Corsetti,
No.
Rep, no. Hebert,
No.
Neary,
Yes.
five yes, 7 no.
Okay, so councilors, you've worked very hard. This is very, very difficult stuff. But I do remind you, when do you think it came out of the subcommittee? When did it arrive on our desk to the council?
2 months ago.
2 months ago. Okay.
No.
No.
I don't think so.
I think it was
It
March.
came out in June.
Came out in June. Okay.
In June.
And we basically meet 2 times in the summer, so July and August. And I'm thinking of Councilor Shaughnessy's comments. And I agree with Councilor Cullum. It is time that we put this to rest. But to do it wrong from the get-go isn't going to serve anybody. While we spent $200 million in a month, after a lot of study, research, presentations, and we voted appropriately in the COVID, when we had to remove $19 million out of our capital expenditures, and all the other business that we've done, we have continued to do business. So I don't take it as criticism, but I want in the affirmative to say, yes, can we decide to put aside a meeting, whether it's the 8th, whether it's the 22nd, can't be the 8th, or go into November. I hate asking you to come out for another night, but I think a lot of city councilors meet on a weekly basis. We meet twice a month and only once a month in the summer. That's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. You have all put sweat and tears into this situation. And we're fatigued and we're all suffering from a certain amount of stress with the COVID. So give yourselves a break. And I do think that we should just plan on one night. There's nothing else on the agenda. We start with this. We start at 7 o'clock and this is all that we do. Don't keep pushing yourselves up against the wall. Thank you, Madam Vice President, please.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Second.
Thank you. That's a first and a second. Madam Clerk, we have to take a vote to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for that motion. Thank you for the second.
Councilors Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Logan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
No.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
11 yes, 1 no.
I thank you very much.
I'd like to just make an observation when we talk about having a singular meeting for this. We had 7 items on the agenda tonight. 6 of them got moved to another meeting. This is the only item we've actually discussed, and we've gotten nowhere with it.
And we have to go past 11.
And we have to go past 11, and we still have executive session. So I just want, I respect everybody here, but we really got to focus and get some stuff done. We've put off the sewer discussion for a year. Granted, some of it was COVID, but a lot of it was this. And we had one item really to discuss tonight because the rest of it was all being moved forward. And here we are at 11 o'clock. And when you're talking about studying and looking at stuff and thinking about things and trying to digest things, we have time in between the meetings where you're allowed to call staff. You're allowed to talk to individual counselors. You're allowed to call our town manager. You're allowed to call our assistant town manager, any department head, and get your questions answered. So that you come to the meeting fully prepared to move on it. You don't just have to work on town council stuff 2 days out of the month. So again, I say that with all due respect, but that's the time in between the meetings is to get a lot of this, solidified in your minds that you're ready to go. But
Thank you, Councilor Steinhilber. Councilor Shaughnessy, please.
May I suggest, so one thing I don't know that did happen prior to our meeting where we did our most amending is, may I suggest that as pertains to this ordinance, that any items that are currently of issue or potentially up for amendment, that between now and our next meeting, that if counselors who have an issue or an item they would like to discuss, forward that to our administrator, Ms. Lovell, along with their rationale, so that coming into the next meeting, we know what is potentially going to be put in front of us, so that maybe some of that discussion or some of that, back and forth can take place before the next meeting, at least in terms of, what people's rationale is and either countering that or offering a different opinion. Because I know that, some of these things we went into at the last meeting, such as the cap on registrations and whatnot. I mean, yes, there was some discussion on that item, but it was, that all happened pretty quickly. And in light of the sort of rush to register that's happened, there's just certain items that I think since the last meeting, various things have happened. But I also feel like getting hit with proposed amendments day of, for me, I know that's really difficult. So for me, I would love to see, if there's anything currently in the ordinance as amended that people still want to specifically have discussion on, that we get that into Cindy so that everyone can sort of individually weigh in on that before the next meeting, so that we're much clearer on, you know, maybe compromising and narrowing down some of these issues?
If I could interject, Councilor Shawn, you really can't do that with the open meeting law requirements. You can't make your proposals to each other outside of the meeting. What you can do, I think, is maybe hold off on the amendments and have the discussions in the meetings to really flesh out where everybody is, so that maybe at the next meeting you can propose amendments based on the discussion and you know, really kind of talking through what you all are thinking about. I think you may be rushing to do the amendments kind of before the discussion takes place, and I think that may be something to think about, but I think the open meeting law wouldn't allow what you're proposing.
Attorney Nober, but would it be okay to do that in the format of, for example, myself sending something to Cindy Lovell, maybe talking about certain sticking points for myself that she can then disseminate for everyone else to read?
I think if she is disseminating what you are proposing, then no, she can't.
Thank you for that discussion. Madam Vice President, please.
Well, actually, I was going to make that point as far as deliberating outside a meeting. However, I think to Councilor Shaughnessy's concern, if you do have an amendment that you need assistance in forming and wording, I think the time to do that is outside a meeting with the town council, SEL, and have the amendment prepared by Attorney Nober, so that you come, you know, with that in hand. And it can even be put up on a screen like it was at our meeting on the 3rd. Some of us did have prepared. However, we had not shared those amendments with other counselors.
So I'm just going to, and this is all due respect again, as Councilor Steinhuber used that. The committee, the subcommittee started meeting on this last November. And then from November and then till June, it was only in June that this came officially to the council. In the meantime, we spent hours just on public comment on the STR and a lot of angst and a couple of presentations from the subcommittee. So this council as a whole, you would think it'd be much easier to get a whole lot done when there was only five people on the subcommittee. And now we have 13 of us listening to one another. I'm just looking at the process. So it got complicated by the fact that now there's 13 of us. I feel as aggravated, frustrated, and as tired as any member of this council. But you're the ones who really run the meetings. And so you have a right to be heard and then to change your mind. So there's no magic bullet here. I would love to take a vote on the whole thing, but obviously 7 to 5, we're not close to where we need to be to move this forward.
Mr. President, if I could, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, please, Councilor Levesque, please.
So the problem I have is that wasn't a bad amendment. And I don't think people voted against it because they thought it was a bad amendment. And I don't want putting words in people's mouths. The problem is they didn't feel comfortable with it because they hadn't heard everything else. And I think that's where the point where it's coming from is that they feel like it was forced down their mouth. But in reality, if there's homework that needs to be done, I get it, and I get what Councilor Shaughnessy said, but you have to create a little bit of resolve, your own resolve about how you think about certain things, what you think a minimum night stay is or what you is, because an emotion was put forth, and I got a feeling that not necessarily everybody kind of thought it was a decent idea. Council Bogan said I can entertain it, so on and so forth. But what's going to happen here is that, again, we can't paint with just a super, super fine brush. That was a new idea. I hadn't heard of that, but I was like, you know what? Let's maybe entertain this, give something to the building department to enforce, and start collecting that data that Councilor Neary was talking about. Again, not trying to rush through it. I hear all these things, but I've already compartmentalized what the issues, what the issues are. And again, I'm not trying to blame anybody, but I do think that, we've had time, and it's the issues that are being brought up. It's a continuous issue, so we do need to address that. And I know Councilor Bogan mentioned he had a number of other things to discuss that we're probably not even going to get to. But I'm frustrated just as much as anybody else. I just think that let's not shoot down something just because it doesn't quite agree with, or we feel like it's getting forced down our throat, because that's not what Councilor Steinhilber was doing. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And going back to Councilor Shaughnessy, this is the time that we're supposed to be putting everything out on the table without necessarily taking a vote first, so we start to see how the whole picture is going to look like before we put the glue into the pieces of the puzzle. So if we could, everybody say what they're thinking. What are the amendments that are yet to be presented? Let's not take a vote on it. Let's just say, so that we can, between now and the next time we meet, say, okay, if I look at that amendment works better with this amendment if I put those two together. Is there any logic to what I just said? Councilor Neary, please.
I'm wondering if you will all entertain a motion at this point. I'd like to make a motion to, let me give you the right number.
The right number?
I'm looking it up. Here we go. To push item number 2020-192, chapter 190, short-term rentals to a date certain, September 1st, 2021.
Second.
What item was that one? Is it the ordinance?
It's the ordinance.
And that was a motion, and that was seconded by Councilor Steinhilber? That was a motion, Councilor Neary, correct?
Yes, correct. That's correct.
Was there a second on that?
Councilor Steinhilber seconded the motion to continue the item to 2021, September 1st. So the discussion would be on that motion, how people feel about pushing this out for another year.
Okay. So discussion on that. Councilor Neary?
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize in advance if I'm frustrated with this process. This went into committee in November of last year. We had talented people involved with the project. To make comments about there was no information coming out of this particular project, this particular item since November, I think is being naive. It's been talked about. It's been talked about too much. We have issues on our plate, which are a much higher priority to the town. We have resources that we've expended with the town. If we do nothing, you know what? It all goes on the same. The staff of the town can figure out about rental registrations and the whole bit and do what they do. Let's move on to, let's focus on the issues that are at hand that are most important to the town Obviously, we've had this discussion and I'm hearing it, that we need to continue to think and continue to hear and continue to ascertain our opinions on what should happen. Vacation rentals have been going on in the town of Barnstable for longer than I've been a resident of the town of Barnstable, which is 50 years, okay? It's been going on for 100 years. Let's put it off. If we're going to keep putting it off, let's put it off and end the putting off, okay? And we can revisit it next year. That's my rationale. I hope you agree. And let's get on to the issues that are vital to the town and let our town staff put their efforts and their energies on the things that really need to be addressed, that are sitting in front of us, that are kind of now being pushed back on the doorstep and not being addressed. I'm sorry to be firm, but I'd like you to consider that motion and a vote in the affirmative, and let's revisit this sometime in 21 when the COVID ends and all of the other issues that hopefully will be abated by then. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Neary. That's an motion. Do we have a second on that?
I seconded it.
Thank you very much. Second.
I'd also correct it actually went into committee back in June or July of 2019. I chaired the first meeting of that committee, and we had a consultant in. And President Crocker at the time had me on that committee, and then Councilor Cullum took over as chair, and then Councilor Schnapp. So we're going back June or July of 2019, just to correct that. But I definitely appreciate Councilor Neary's sentiment that one way or another, the decision is we vote on it, the decision is we do nothing. You know, if someone has an issue, call the police, and we'll just register the rentals as we've been doing.
Okay. So, councilors, a discussion on the motion that's on the floor.
Hold on, Councilor Cullum has a comment.
Councilor Cullum, yes.
I wholeheartedly disagree with that motion. We have 88 hours individually, the people who sat on that committee, working hard to bring something forward, a sneaker that we could polish, God bless Ruth. And I have to say, I think it's such poor leadership if we table this till next year. It is not what we were elected to do. It is absolutely poor. And I will never support it. I don't come to work to tilt windmills. It's a really frustrating motion, I have to say.
And that's what we're doing right now. Thank you, Councilor Cullum. We're looking at the pros and the cons to the motion that's on the table. What are the results of us voting in the affirmative? What's the emotion? What's the benefit of voting in the negative? All the councilors can weigh in on this. Councilor Neary wants to say something again.
Just as a response to Councilor Cullum, believe me, I have tremendous empathy for the effort that not only you, but the members of that committee put in.
Never mind the staff.
Correct.
Staff has been chasing their tail on this for a year and a half. And
I wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I just, it's got to end. It's got to end. And it's not, apparently. So that's my motion. And,
okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Councilor Levesque.
Thank you, President Hebert. Just the reason why this whole ball was put into place, into motion, and I'm sure those that were here, was the fact that we had a complaint before the Zoning Board of Appeals that there was a zoning issue that was put in place and we would do nothing to enforce the STRs. That's why we did all this work in the first place. So as I agree with Councilor Neary and Councilor Steinhilber, is like, we got to move on because we have these important things. But I sympathize with that. But I really sympathize exactly with what Councilor Cullum's saying as well. And there are people, look, we need to do our due diligence. We owe it to the people that we work for to come up with some different ideas, to have our own mindset and have our own resolve. Again, we get new information. It's not new information. It's different people with the same complaints. So let's deal with those same complaints and come up with something that, again, as Councilor Schnapp, who voted again for what Councilor Steinhilber put forward there, because I believe, I don't want to put anything, I'm sorry, I'll regress there. But the point I'm trying to make is these are the same issues. We're not going to make everybody happy, as Councilor Snep said. We're actually going to make something that's going to make nobody happy. So it's better to get something done. And again, we're leaving ourselves open to a lawsuit for a judge to decide what we've been elected to do by the town of Barnstable. We're going to let a judge decide because we couldn't get something done here at the council level. And again, I'm not trying to be unkind to anybody. I understand everybody's concern. But we, just because we don't necessarily like the way somebody said something, or I don't particularly agree with that person's politics, or whatever it might be, we have to make sure we're putting, I'm not saying anybody's doing that. We got to make sure we put those things aside for the betterment of the people. So those are just thoughts that I've had, random things. And of course, we're all frustrated. It's after 11 o'clock, and we're probably all going to be real honest at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Snep, then Councilor Dagwan.
Yes, I wanted to echo Councilor Levesque's comments. We have an executive session at the end of this meeting, which I guess we're going to get to at some point. But I can envision future executive sessions that we're going to have to be dealing with legal issues because we decided to kick the can down the road. We're here because there are some conflicts that could put us in a legal jeopardy. And I would much rather have us make the decisions on what we want in this town rather than the legal system. And, I think that there's minor things that we are still trying to work out in the general ordinance. Just put something in place, we can change it. We can change the cap, we can change the minimum. I mean, all of those things can be changed. But, we have to make a decision, I think, sooner than later, or make no decision and then just deal with the consequences. Because, the other 14 towns in the Cape haven't moved in this aggressively to try to regulate short-term rentals. They seem to be doing fine. I guess we could just continue on as we've been continuing on.
Thank you, Councilor Snep. Councilor Dagwan.
Yeah, I think we do need to, move forward with the ordinance, and as Councilor Snep said, either we make a decision on some of these, or somebody else is going to take over. But I'd like to say, we're not going to do it tonight, so I think it's important that we come up with a date right now. Just keep hashing this through. We're not going to make a decision right now, and I know we have a motion on the floor that we're discussing, and we have to vote on that. But I just wanted to say that I just feel like we're not going to make any decision tonight either way on this. So let's vote on the amendment that's on the floor and see where that goes, and then move to whatever the outcome of that is. Then we take the next step.
Councilor Shaughnessy, please.
I just want to say that with regard to feeling that anything's being shoved down anyone's throats or like that, I certainly don't have any of those feelings about my fellow counselors, but I do want you to know where I am coming from. I represent the lowest voting precinct in the town of Barnstable. I represent probably financially the lowest income precinct in the town of Barnstable. So where I'm coming from, where we talk about things like minimum night stays and the maximum amount you can have in a week, or cap on maximum amount of registrations, I am thinking about the haves versus the have-nots and the little guys. And the people with the resources, both time-wise and money-wise, that are, for example, rushing to register short-term rentals right now, or could afford to take a trip to Cape Cod for 7 days. Who I'm thinking about is that young mother who came and talked to us in person, who I believe lives in Councilor Cullum's precinct, who is in tears over the idea of, minimum stays, because without that income, her and her husband and their young children cannot afford their home. And I'm thinking about Sharon Christensen, who spoke in front of us tonight, who is a single mother with an adult disabled child at home. So for Mrs. Christensen, if you take her from being able to potentially receive income 7 nights a week by doing 2 stays in a 1-week period of 2 days, she's capped at 4 days of income. I represent a lot of these families. I do a lot of this special needs planning. I know the struggles these people go through, and I just want you all to know that that is where I am coming from. And although I know I have a fiduciary duty to the town, my duty to my constituents, I have to think about who it is I'm representing. So I just want all of you to know how much I respect you, and I want you to know where I am coming from personally. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Shaughnessy.
I just want to clarify that that's not the proposed amendment we voted down. It wasn't limiting it to 2 leases of 2 nights each. It was a lease has to be at least 2 nights. And you can't have more than 2 leases in a week. So you could have 2 nights and then a 5-night lease. So you can do 7 days of income. I just want to clarify that that's not what was proposed.
Thank you, Councilor. Madam Vice President, please.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we vote on the amendment on the table, or excuse me, on the motion on the table, which is to continue the item to here.
So that's moving the question, so you should take a vote on that.
This is.
I'll restate it then. I'd like to make a motion.
If the president could just simply ask if there's any further debate, and then hearing none, then he can invite that motion.
So I at this point will entertain, unless there's any objection, that we take the motion that's on the table and vote on that motion. Is that correct, Attorney Nova?
You need to determine whether there's going to be any further debate, and if no one has anything further to say, then you can invite Councilor Raffersetti to make that motion.
Is there any further debate?
Okay. Mr. President, I'd like to move that we vote on the amendment, or excuse me, on the question to continue. Item 2020-192.
Second.
2021.
You don't even need that motion because you have the motion in the second, so you really just take the vote.
Okay, take the vote.
So this is a vote on Councilor Neary's motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilor Clark,
Can we restate that motion, please?
repeat the motion. Councilor Neary, could you repeat your motion, please?
The motion is to move item number 2020-192 to a date certain, September, I believe it was 1st, 2021.
And that was seconded by Councilor Steinhuber, correct? Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, the motion is to advance the ordinance to 2021. A yes is to approve, a no is not to approve.
Councilors, Schnepp,
No.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
No.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Bogan,
No.
Clark,
No.
Cullum,
No.
Dagwan,
No.
Raffersetti,
No.
Hebert,
No.
Levesque.
Levesque, you're muted.
No.
Neary,
Yes.
3 to 9. It fails.
Okay, motion fails. Councilors, I don't see a real need, just let's get this on the table. I don't see a real need to go into executive session tonight, unless you feel that you want to do that, we can do that. But I think it's not critical that we go into executive session. So I'm just throwing that out for your determination. This is your council. My job is to just monitor so that we keep civil and make sure that everybody speaks. That's my job. Madam Vice President, please.
Mr. President, I wonder if it might be wise to take a, not a straw poll, but ask for any further, outstanding issues that remain with the counselors on this item. So we can at least get the thoughts out on the table and see where people, I don't know how much heavy lifting we have left on this item, but perhaps that should be a question of the council.
Thank you very much, because let's face some of the things we made. A major decision that you have made is we've consistently stayed away. There's no one-night stays. We've consistently stayed away from promoting businesses, investors. We've limited to only 2. So there are some big, strong points that we've already put together that you have already determined has put us in a different category. So we have those in order to enforce. Councilor Cullum, please.
Councillor Bogan, what were your other amendments that you wanted to see? Maybe we can start some conversation going with those.
Thank you, Councilor Cullum.
Yeah, thank you. As I indicated, I don't, famous last words, I don't believe that they will be controversial. 2 of them, I think I would hold because they really relate to the nature of the rental and maybe moot depending upon what we ultimately do. So for example, if we were ultimately to embrace Councillor Steinhilber's suggestion, I think they would be not necessary. One went to the issue of the 1,500 limit and simply adding a definition of a resident and also indicating, as has been suggested, that there be a period, whatever, in this case I had 90 days, in which the registration would be limited to those who currently have registrations and residents of the town of Barnstable. That might be the most controversial of any of the ones that I was going to propose, since there was a suggestion in correspondence that we received that Barnstable residents be given precedence with regard to the 1,500 limit.
So those are fine. Is there anyone else who has anything that they feel would be moving mountains as far as an amendment is concerned, so we can air it out now and not waste 3 hours in the next meeting? Thanks.
If I may, just so we're clear, just so that I don't want anybody to say, why didn't you tell us that before? As I mentioned earlier, also with regard to the existing provision on what information is required from short-term rentals, I was asking that there would be a provision along the lines of what Councillor Starr mentioned, to the effect that you would also be required to indicate fees that were charged for the rental, and also add a provision that said, there's a provision right now that says you have to make those records available upon request. I thought that was ambiguous, so I said within 72 days. And then the final one is along the lines of one that you had proposed last time, Councillor Cullum, with regard to large events. As I understood, the concern that people had was that it seemed to be construed that we would be alleged to have been promoting large events. And so what I have now is basically one that says a large event prohibition. That is, no member or holder of a short-term rental or occupant of a short-term rental shall engage in allowing a large event, which is comprised of however many people you want. I put 20, but that was it.
Any other new items that people want to talk about? Councilor Levesque, please.
I did have a amendment. I'm not necessarily going to read it. I don't necessarily want to necessarily get it voted on, but my thoughts were along the lines, in talking when doing my research in between meetings, I came up with, what different people do in different areas. And really the things that I see the most is the minimum night
and I thought maybe a 2 minimum after the feedback we've been getting. And the other one's kind of goes along with what a little bit like what Councilor Steinhilber says. He might disagree with me, but the idea that we would limit the amount of leases per year. And I thought the minimum number that we could start with, because you want to allow people to do a weekly if they want to within the year, and then provide other stays in the shoulder seasons if they decide not to, or they just can't do a weekly rental sometime, is to break it up, give them a few extra, and that number was 60. So you start with 52, and then I just added some kind of long weekends and some different ideas, and I came up with the number 60. That's a minimum for I would not agree with anything lower than that, but maybe something if somebody thought maybe a higher number. With what Councilor Steinhilber is saying is basically the minimum would be 180. So, but again, it's getting late, and I'm fearful if I make a motion, it's just going to get shut down. So if somebody wants to give me some feedback, and well, we can take it from there. So, but and just to reiterate, Councilor Bogan, I really don't have a problem with any of the those things that you had to say. That's actually very encouraging. I like those ideas. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilor Levesque. But what we're all trying to do right now is put on the table what it is that you're thinking you would like to add or subtract or make a motion, eventually. But our hope is right now is to get everything on the table so it's not new when we come back.
That's right. So I just said it. It's a minimum of how many minimum leases are we going to have throughout the year? Other communities are doing those things throughout the country. So, and it's just that my thought was 60 might be a starting number. Thank you.
May I ask though, Councilor, just so that I understand, is there a point at which there's a total number of nights that you would lease? So in other words, if it's 120 nights in a year.
No, it's a 2-night minimum, and you're only allowed 60 leases per year. I'm not giving that number. I'm saying that's a starting number, kind of like what Councilor Cullum did last time with $1,000, the cap being 1,000, and we end up with 1,500. I'm just saying that's just an idea, as you requested, of putting out there. Right. And so you could have 60 leases. Some could be 5 nights, some could be 7, some could be 29 days. Do you know what I mean? But you're only allowed 60 leases a year. It's not 60 times 2. It's 60 with a minimum. It has to be 2.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Clark.
Thank you very much, Council President Siebert. In response to a concern of a constituent, I had intended to address the frequency of trash removal. Right now, it's for a week, or once a week, or after every rental. But I was going to suggest that there could be some consideration for trash that is in a secure dwelling or enclosed garage. I'm not making that amendment formally, but that was a concern I was going to put forward.
Thank you, Councilor Clark. Councilor Bagwine.
Yes, I wanted to try to just mention the issue that came up about parking, the parking issue, and perhaps some way of the owner or the person who hosting the STR may have some kind of a sticker or tag or something that could be placed on cars that are identified as part of their party or whatever, like a lot of the timeshares do, so that you have a way to kind of identify individual. This may be a little too much, but I just wanted to put that out there so people can just think about it, and part of a discussion next time. And also, if we could put a statement somewhere in, because we're talking about trying to collect data on this, on whatever changes we make, and so that we have a time period or something where we're actually going back and looking at what we put in place at this time. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Thank you, Councilor Dagwan. Councilor Cullum.
Yes, a question, or actually a concern that I have is that are we really sure about our data when we throw lines out like people are rushing to get their permits? Like, I'd like to hear from the assistant town manager or Ms. Jenkins about whether or not there's been a real rush for registering when we don't even have a limit yet at 1,500. I just want to make sure we're all dealing with real information, because this is a super emotional argument. We all know we've been steeped in it for 16 to 18 months, those of us who were on the committee. So it's just very important that we're dealing with actual fact and not what people's concerns are. I mean, concerns, yes, but I mean, like, not the emotional argument. So maybe Andy Clyburn or Elizabeth Jenkins could answer if there's been a real rush for that. Because if there is, I think we should address it. But if there's not, I think we should quell our fears a bit.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll take the question. First of all, there couldn't be a rush on short-term rental registrations because there is no such thing right now. We haven't seen a large rush on our Board of Health registration. We have, however, had many, many calls asking about that cap. So, you know, there is something there. People are concerned about a cap, but currently we have less than we know there are 776 short-term rentals in this town paying tax. Less than 400 of those are currently registered with the Board of Health. So a cap of 1,500, we've got to effectively double what those that are currently paying the DOR tax, effectively triple or more those that are currently registered. So I don't see, I know we get a lot of calls, but I don't think we've gotten 1,500 calls, certainly.
So I just think it's important then that we all consider, if you guys could chime in real time and let us know if what we're hearing from constituents is what you're seeing on your side, that would be really beneficial. Because otherwise we're just caught in the court of public opinion and maybe it's not actually what's happening in real time. And that is absolutely necessary when you're forming policy. Even if the policy can be changed in 2 meetings, it still is responsible governance to do that. If you don't mind, that'd be great.
Thank you, Councilor Cullum. Councilor Dagwan, then Councilor Shaughnessy.
Yes, to the Vice Assistant Town Manager, Clyburn. I just wanted, I got some information that said we have 128 short-term rentals in town, but 123 of those are owned by investors. I'm just wanted some clarification, or just to put that information out there. Is that correct or not?
Counselor, if you want to forward that information, I'll be glad to run that to ground for you. That is not the current data. I don't know how they could have gleaned that data from the data that we get from the DOR. I've looked at the DOR database. I've looked at the assessor's database and compared those. And I do not draw that conclusion that there's a large rush on what has been termed as investor owned.
Not a rush, but that they're already owned. There's 123 STRs owned by investors already.
There are currently 776 properties paying the STR tax in town. So maybe they gave you data for a particular zoning district. I know there was a lot of discussion about 3 zoning districts in particular that some have said we shouldn't have any STRs in. And currently there's 198 operating in those zoning districts. But a number that small, 123, was probably one particular zoning district. But if you want to forward that to me, I'd be glad to run that to ground and get you a definitive answer.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Cullum.
One more point, in the 9 years that I've been on the council that has been really effective is when you, as a councilor, if you have questions or queries or things that you don't understand, or even when you look within an ordinance and there's something that isn't jiving with you because you're hearing something else out in the public. If you get your questions together and you go to the head of the department or you go to Andy Clyburn, he can share the data that they have, or Elizabeth can share the data that they have, and we can all get on the level playing field that way. You know, I know that there's been, when we did the bike trail, for instance, the group that wanted the bike trail to work we all individually or in groups of 3 got together with the bike trail people, and we had nice discussions, 3 of us at a time, to help the project get to yes. This is something where we really need to help the project get to yes, or abandon the project. I am not willing to abandon the project until we've exhausted all possibilities, because I put a ton of work into this, as did all the other people that were involved in it. So I really think like maybe the little focus groups of 3 at a time with planning and would really be helpful, so that the ordinance is understood and not seen as the opposite to what the people want. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's the median. So it's just a thought.
Thank you, Councilor Cullen. I'm sorry, Councilor Shaughnessy, I skipped over you. That was unintentional. Councilor Shaughnessy, please.
Thank you, President Hebert. I want to address Councilor Cullum's comments regarding the rush to register. And I know I've used that term, I mentioned it at least twice tonight, but just so the council knows, that was information told to me in the last week by a Barnstable developer and a longtime Barnstable realtor. I was actually speaking with the developer in regard to the Green Communities Act, and he happened to mention that looking into buying other properties, and that the second he does, whether he's going to rent them or not, he's going to register them with the DOR just to secure his spot. But I also heard this week from a Centerville realtor that with the market as hot as it is, he will be advising any buyers who are looking to maybe invest or offer short-term rentals, that they too should consider registering as soon as possible with the Department of Revenue.
Okay. Who's next?
Go to Assistant Town Manager.
Assistant Town Manager.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Councilor. That could very well be the case. DOR data lacks. We only get that quarterly, but registering with the DOR does not put you in compliance with the town. We have notified those folks that are registered with the DOR that if you're not registered with the town, you need to get registered with the town. So registering with the DOR does not put you in compliance to operate a short-term rental or any rental for that. Just for general consumption, I'd like everyone to understand, just because you register with a DOR and run an Airbnb does not mean you're operating in compliance with our regulations.
All right, thank you. I have to share, and I'm going to ask Councilor Cullen to make comment on this. I just got a text from a constituent saying, can they participate in these meetings?
These meetings are not.
I'm sorry, when you're talking about 3 councilors talking with staff.
Meetings are so the councilors can understand what's written on the paper and offer whatever amendments they have. Public comment is for public comment. It's been 18 months of public comment.
Of course, the public can also.
Councilors getting to a point where they feel comfortable supporting an ordinance and offering amendments for an ordinance that works. That's what this is about. It's for councilors and staff. And it will all be vetted in a public meeting, and there will be public comment about it then. But the meetings are not public.
But of course, the public could also call Director Jenkins or Assistant Town Manager, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, yeah, okay. I think that's fair. That's not a problem. Good, thank you. God bless you, Elizabeth. Any other items that you feel that you were going to put on the table, please? Councilor Sneck.
From the discussion tonight, it really feels like the one area that we can't seem to coalesce on is around that minimum night stay. And I think Councilor Shaughnessy and Councilor Bogan may represent sort of, I don't want to say the opposite ends of that conversation, but one side wanting to preserve the ability for all folks to be able to participate in short-term rentals in whatever that might be, very short-term rentals and being able to optimize that. And on the other side, ensuring that we don't have residential neighborhoods become lodging places, like mini motels. I mean, I totally understand that, So we are trying to craft something that is a proxy for controlling human behavior. We're trying to come up with some way by, making it a night, 1 night, 2 nights, 7 nights. We're really trying to say, how do we ensure that people aren't, having wild parties and things. And, so it's a trial. We're not going to know, as many of you, or maybe Councilor Neary said, we don't have all the data. And so we have to sort of put something down and see how it works and know that it might not be perfect, but we'll get there. And so I like the idea of what Councilor Steinhilbert said, at the 2 and maybe minimum 2. But we also had in the original provision that was amended, if the owner was present, there would be no minimum. So, I mean, there could be some way that we could kind of craft this mega amendment that would incorporate all these things that we're trying to accomplish. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Councilor Snap. Madam Vice President, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The fact that Councilor Schnapp brought up the 3-night minimum, except if the owner's present. I think one of the biggest issues that I see from constituents and from what I've heard is the quote investor-owned properties. I think the biggest rub here is, do we want to invite people to buy homes and use them as commercial enterprises by renting them out, whether it be a week at a time or a night at a time? So I think Councilor Bogan was alluding to the fact that perhaps we should define the owner occupied or the resident of Barnstable. Should we preserve the right of the property owners that own and live here and that receive the residential exemption on their property? We reserve those properties to be used for short-term rentals only. Anything else, you go to a hotel, a motel, or you go to a permitted boarding house or a permitted bed and breakfast. Part of me would like to see this go through a permitting process so that your neighbors would be notified. Your neighbors could attend, a public hearing and whether or not you receive that permit. That is an onerous, and I know it won't happen, but it's an onerous process in order to have anybody come into town hall and go through that process. So I don't see that an appetite for anybody wanting to take that. But part of me wishes this could be a permitted process because it is like running a business. Let's face it, it is like running a business. I'm really torn on this because I don't want a neighbor to turn their house into, a revolving door. I want to preserve the neighborhoods of our community. And I also realize that people need this income in order to maintain their homes. Do people need this income if they bought a house and they don't live here? I would say no, they don't. That's they're using that to better their pockets. So there's aspects of this that I'm troubled with, and I'm not sure where I stand on this. But I do know that we've got to put something in place to regulate what is taking place right now. Zoning, I think, that's a whole nother bailiwick, and I think we need to I think we need to put something in place with regards to the ordinance. And I'm not sure if I'm ready to take any kind of vote on where it is right now.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And to that effect, please keep I would recommend that we all keep going back to the purpose of the ordinance. And, you know, it talks clearly there about preserving the housing stock, maintaining quality of life in residential neighborhoods. And so we have to keep going back to the purpose to help us in that discussion and to clarify and to focus on what we're trying to accomplish. Also, because I got another text here, nothing stops you as a counselor with another counselor to have a meeting with some residents because they want to express their part of this. You know, just as Councilor Cullen pointed out so well, when we did the bike paths, we were meeting with the representatives and those who wanted to do that. So it's okay to meet with your constituents and with even another councilor. So you're bouncing these ideas through each other. That's just my thought. Who's next? Councilor Neary, please.
Just a quick comment, and again, getting back to ordinances. There are other areas in our region that require minimum night stays, and I think they make sense based on where they're located. There's been a lot of conversation about the 3-night stay not being enough. Councilor Levesque brought up, I think, a good option of tying number of leases or number of rental periods to that. I still kind of go back to the same thing in my thought process that we have a limited season on the Cape. I had friends in the golfing business who used to call it the 100-day war, right? So they're down here, they're working for 100 days. You're lucky if you get a June 15th, July, August, September, maybe 15th, 3 months, 90 days. You got some shoulder season stuff. But yet you've got areas in town, such as Councilor Shaughnessy's and Councilor Cullum's that are actually renting for shorter periods of time. I've always been a fan of a longer renter only because vacation renters by their nature, you get families in and you know, during prime season, you may have the opportunity to rent for longer, 7 days or something. So that continues to lead me back to the same thought process of having like a 2-night minimum stay, but tagging it to the number of days. Because when you get into lease terms with a minimum stay and then a lease term, it can kind of it can grow to be a 365-day-a-year rental. We've got, again, 100, 120. So shoulder season, maybe 140, but maybe go a 2-day minimum with 140 days maximum total number of rental days. I think it's easier. I believe it may be easier for the staff to administer. And that opens up the off season for long-term rentals that can occur from September 15th through May or June 15th for teachers, college students, that type of thing. So you're in effect filling in the opportunity to rent in the off season, get a 9-month rental out of your property, but still it won't pinch or hurt the client or the property owner in areas where they're used to renting for 2 days. So I'd throw that out there as maybe a model again, and I'm going to circle back to say that whether we want to believe it or not, vacation rentals contribute to the town of Barnstable, to our tax revenue, the whole bit. And if we overly complicate this process and we overly complicate it for the folks who are trying to rent their homes, it's problematic. It becomes the uncertainty. If you can give a property owner the number of days he has available, it will hopefully entice him to register, which is the number one thing that we want to do, so we can get the data to really determine how long people rent, how many days is the average rental that occurs during peak season, during off season. And I think these things are really the tools that we'll need down the road to craft what really will be an optimal ordinance and zoning regulation going forward.
Thank you, Councilor. What is it that most people are complaining about? They're complaining about the disorderly STR. That's what's caused all of this angst. And that comes down to the monitoring and the enforcement. So I think that one thing we have to look at is to guarantee that whatever it takes, we will support the commissioner and whatever enforcement he needs to make this happen so that we protect our neighborhoods. That's key. That's why we're here, is because of those people who abused the right to come and visit in our neighborhoods. That's the primary issue. So, all right, I think it's time to entertain what you want to do next. Do you want to have a different meeting in a month, kind of a compromise that is a meeting set up just to finalize the STR, coming in with feeling that everything is cleared up, or sooner or later? What is your pleasure, Councilor Clark?
Thank you very much, Council President Hebert. Looking at the council schedule, is there anything that would preclude us from dedicating our November 5th meeting to locking this up, SDR? I know 2 weeks would be too short, and we have a comprehensive wastewater management plan workshop on the 29th. That would do essentially what you just suggested in a month.
Any thoughts, councilors?
How long is comprehensive wastewater management going to last? Like, I'd rather not put another Thursday in there if we can do it in one.
I think I'd rather put this all to bed and then just get on with the sewer financing, because that could take multiple meetings.
Right.
I wasn't suggesting a new meeting. I was suggesting an already scheduled meeting, November 5.
But then we went into the problem of starting at 10 o'clock every single time. That's the problem, is that we never get to it before, by the time we're done with communications and public comment and blah, 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 all the other stuff, we never get to it before 10. And then here we are at midnight.
Oh, so Councilor Cullum, that's a good point. I think we have the ability, with your permission, that I wouldn't have to stick to the agenda. We could say, we're going to roll call, pledge of allegiance, and maybe public comment, and then, we can control it from here. Unless it's a dire emergency that needs to be put on the agenda, we just stick to the STR. I would need your permission to do that.
In all honesty, you don't need our permission. You're in charge of the agenda. So do that. No public comment. Let's just jump to it. We've already had public comment for 18 months. Jump to it.
Have that. You can eliminate that. You can streamline. You're the president. You can streamline it down to one thing.
You don't need our permission for that. You're in charge of the agenda.
I couldn't do it on a regular basis. I could do it a one time, because the charter says that this is the agenda that I have to follow. But we can make an exception, and this is your council. So if you would want me to do that, I would clear that agenda meeting for November 6th, if everybody's in or any other time.
Mr. President, if you're having a special meeting, you do not have to have public comment.
Okay, all right.
You have to have that at a regular meeting of the council.
Okay, and
Mr. President, but you do not have to hold the public comment in the order of the agenda. You can take items out of order. So if you wanted to, on the meeting of the 5th, after the Pledge of Allegiance, moment of silence, you could take 192 out of order and act on it. And perhaps the town manager would defer his report to writing. And, the only thing that defers is the public comment on any other issue.
Councilors, want to weigh in on that? Does that meet with your
Yes, let's do it.
Okay.
On what day are we talking about?
Councilor Bogan?
That is fine by me.
That's what?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Neary, we're looking at our meeting on the 5th of November.
Let's do it tomorrow.
Well, no.
We're all about 2021, 15 minutes ago. Like,
I need a 48-hour notice for the posting.
Yeah, okay. Councilor Steinhilber, did you say something?
I said he's just trying to light fires under people. Get it done.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm gonna light a fire under him.
So Councilor Neary, we have to post it. It takes.
I'm at your pleasure, Mr. President. Whatever. You set the agenda, I'll be there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so.
Mr. President?
Yes, yeah.
If you would like to see if anyone has more further discussion, I'm happy to make a motion to move item 2020-192 to the meeting of November 5th.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion on that motion? If not, this will be a roll call. Madam Clerk, please. This is to move this item to our meeting on November 5th, item number 192.
Councilors, Starr,
Yes, yes.
Steinhilber,
No.
Bogan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Bagwan,
Yes.
Rapcorsetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Neary,
No.
Steph,
Yes.
Shaughnessy.
Yes.
Uh, 10 yes, 2 no.
Okay, thank you. If you just out of respect for the councilors, is your no vote so that we speed up a decision?
Please.
Vote right now.
You want to vote? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Please.
All right. I appreciate that. But that does not meet what we talked about: smaller groups, meeting with staff, meeting with constituents, meeting with one or two of your fellow councilors to iron out some of these things. And then with each of the items that were brought up for possible amendments, we have to be ready to put those on the table as clearly as we can, vote on them. They win, they lose. There's amendments, and then we, let's say that we're going to vote on November 5th. And our next meeting
The Odyssey.
is the what?
We'll just continue the Odyssey we've been on since early 2019.
Okay.
In the next couple of weeks or next month, when counselors who have questions, hone your questions. Come to work prepared to work. This is the last shot. I swear to God, I'm not going to be able to handle it anymore. It's the last shot for me.
Mr. President, if I may make a suggestion, at the next council meeting that we go through the ordinance line by line if needed, or at least pick up where we left off with the amendments.
You're talking further discussion on Thursday, on the 15th?
Yes.
On the
So
15th.
keep it on track and go through it together and be clear about it and move on.
Would a vote certain on the 5th?
Yes.
Okay. So it would almost be a workshop, an open workshop?
No, it would be taking the vote. It would be deliberating on the item and well, hopefully moving to a vote.
For the 5th, on the 5th?
Correct.
Okay. and try to streamline that meeting so we have maximum amount of time.
And
Make
take
sense?
item out of order.
Okay, gotcha. Agreed.
And make note too, that that item is closed. It's not a public hearing. No, unless you make a vote to open the public hearing again, which I don't think you want to do.
No, we have public comment. Tonight's public comment went on for an hour and a half, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah.
And it will on October 15th too.
And so you need to say what you've said before, Paul, which is, if you've said it before, we've heard it. We're listening.
Yeah.
New voice only. That sort of thing.
3 minutes.
All right. I agree. I agree.
You can even change it to 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, because what we've lacked is this time for the discussion. I totally agree.
And the discipline to deliver something. It's time to deliver the baby.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's any argument on that point. Councilor Snep, did you want to say something? No. What happens is your box lit up, so you made a noise there. So that's great, no problem. Okay, so we've decided on that. Councilors, what do you want to do? I don't believe that the executive session is necessary tonight. Any disagreement with that? So can
I would defer to the town attorney, because I don't, it could be time sensitive if we're served.
Okay. May I ask town attorney if what your feeling is on the executive session for this evening?
Well, I think the discussion could wait, but the one thing I would want you to know is that if the Conservation Law Foundation does file suit, they could file suit. We have 2 notices of intent to sue, and they could file suit as early as next week. The notice period for both of those suits expires next week. So it is possible that they would file suit next week. Beyond that, I could go through it with you tonight. I think there's probably more information that I would have, a couple of weeks from now, but it's entirely up to you.
So my feeling is if they do file suit, they're going to file suit whether we meet tonight an executive session or not. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct.
Yeah. There's nothing that we would discuss tonight that would prevent them from doing that. So unless legal wants us to pursue this or management requests that we do this, I would postpone the executive session till perhaps our next meeting on the 15th. Town manager, do you want to weigh in on this?
I have no problem.
No problem.
I think the points that Attorney Nover brought to light are you need to know. I don't know that you needed to go into an executive session to hear that. And so we are strategizing regardless of which direction they go in, and we will keep you advised. And if necessary, we will hold an executive session or request for you to hold an executive session at your next town council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that the councilors are informed. They're aware of the pending suits. We know what that's about. But again, this is your council. So I would entertain a motion to not go into executive session this evening.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Yes. Second. No, first, we have a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call on going into adjournment to meet again on October 15th will be our next meeting.
Steinhilber,
Yes.
Logan,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Cullum,
Yes.
Dagwan,
Yes.
Rap Grissetti,
Yes.
Hebert,
Yes.
Lebec,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Schnepp,
Yes.
Shaughnessy,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
12 yes.
Thank you very much, councilors. Thank you very much. Any of you who have to travel, safe travels, and especially the staff who are in the building with me. And thank you very much for your patience and your contribution and your participation.
Good night, everyone.